was here, but, oh, there he is. Thanks, Dean, and all his work and everything. Let's give a round of applause for Dean. He does a lot for the swine department. He probably thinks we're a bunch of whiners, but actually he takes care of our barns if we have any situations or anything.
First call,
and we do appreciate you, Dean.
Commercial swine class 2. First call, single source, commercial swine class 2.
We also want to thank the Washington County pork producers. This year, we got our own swine scales, and the Washington County pork producers provided us with that after last year when our other scales went down right when we needed it. And we thank you for the Washington County pork producers. If we give them a hand, because they do a lot of work in this county promoting pork and keeping this business going, and we do appreciate them. Actually, we have members on our swine committee that are from the Washington County pork producers. This year, for the first time, maybe ever, each exhibitor can put 2 pigs in the auction this year, which has never happened according to my knowledge. And the Washington County pork producers are a big part of that and getting that accomplished. And also, they will be loading the pigs on Friday after the auction. So they will be pigs here on Friday and be loading out at some point. So we really appreciate them. We're working together as a team, and it's really fun. So here you go, Brady.
Awesome. Thanks, Bruce. Really appreciate the offer to come here today. And this is a fair that obviously is steeped with a lot of history. And what's really cool is you guys have a very serious production show as well as a show pig side. And so the fact that you guys are able to have both of those shows to come together with this quality as you are really is a testament to the swine producers in this county and the work that the committee puts on as well as the producers. So my hat's off to them. And with that, I think we have a really nice class to start off with. Single source, so these pigs all came from the same source. I'm pretty familiar with the genetics behind these, and so what we're really after today is pigs that represent a breeding program, but at the same time they can be efficient. These are going to be representatives of kind of a 2,400 head barn. Okay, what would their pen mates look like? What would be the issues? And as we go through these, I think there's one in this particular class that has the best combination from a structural integrity standpoint. We're going to be after ones that can get out and go, but at the same time have the muscle and have the body condition that we're after. They have the frame size to get to that growth rate, but not get too heavy and not get too fat. So we're going to start taking docks on the rail. So with that, this young lady is going to be your class winner. Congratulations to her. And really it came down to carcass composition. She obviously had a really good growth rate. She's able to get out and go. But with that, the young man's going to come into second. Here's one that obviously has grown really well for him. It has the body that we're after, depth of rib. It's able to get out and go pretty well. But As we step off to the side, that one's the plainest, most nondescript in its front 1/3, has the most lower 1/3 throwaway. We just got to clean that one up from a body condition standpoint. It's starting to get just a little bit past ideal. Young lady that's going to be coming out next, here's one that is more ideal from a carcass composition standpoint. That one's got some shape working down the top side of its skeleton. It's more appropriate in its fat cover. At the same time, as we step off to the side, this one's front end structure we got to redesign. It wants to get a touch more just tight as it goes. Rear end, it wants to get a touch more tight. Not able to just get out and flex. And so as we start thinking about that one and its contemporaries in that finishing barn, going to have a few more issues with that one. Young man's got one coming out here that is an improvement from a structure perspective. This one just doesn't have maybe that skeletal width that we're after to get up to that higher growth rate compared to some of the ones directly above it. Young man's done a really good job getting that one presented. Young lady's coming out next. Here's one that has the body that we're after, has the top shape that we're after. It wants to maybe just not quite be as pulled apart as we watch it come right at us, and maybe not quite that extra from a growth rate perspective. It's probably the plainest, most nondescript from behind of those top 5. Young man's got one coming out that if you look right in the middle portion of that one's back, that one's got a lot of shape working up high. That one's probably going to cut a pretty good eye, but at the same time, as we start thinking about those loin pullers and what those carcasses need to look like as we start going through the plant, that one starts to deviate behind its blade a little bit more than what we'd like to see. Young lady's coming out next. Just got to give this one a shot more body, but from a lean composition standpoint, that one's done really well, and probably from a lean per day of gain has done pretty well for her. So congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from Class 1 single source commercial swine. First place in a purple went to Hallie Heistoffer. Second place in a purple went to Xander Myers. Third place in a blue, Isabel Reed. Fourth place in a blue, Sam Troyer. Fifth place in a blue, Kenzie Miller. Sixth place in a blue, Kale Miller. And seventh place in a blue, Courtney Kalupa. You're following in your program. That is 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1, 3. Now entering the ring is single source commercial swine, Class 2.
We appreciate the weather, the change of weather that we're having, and a very cool day. We thank you for all coming this morning, and hopefully everything will move really smoothly. We appreciate Brady coming down, and we'll continue to work through these hogs.
you may notice one of our exhibitors in the ring is wearing a gray polo. These gray polos signify our graduating senior 4-Hers. Currently in the ring we have Courtney Kalupa. She is a member of the class of 2024. She's wearing one of those gray polos, sponsored by Whithoff Farm Supply. Let's give her a round of applause for her recent graduation.
Okay, as we start jumping up in average daily gains and we get a little bit more frame size, a little bit more growth rate on these things, I think we got a nice set of 3 here that we're going to have as purples in this particular drive. Ones that really just combine that extra width, that muscle, that body that we're after, and doing it in a sound structured package. And as we start evaluating these top 2, the one I'm going to opt to use is the one that's probably getting just a touch more tired. That'll be this young lady on the left-hand side. She's going to be your class winner. Really nice job getting that one exhibited. It's obviously wanting to get a little tired here today, but as far as just rib, body, dimension, and that one is the squarest right behind the backside of her shoulder. Comes out with just the most true shape, and it's able to get out and go pretty well when it wasn't wanting to get a little tighter for that young lady. The one that's going to end up in second does have the average daily gain in this particular class, like the lean shape that's working down the backside of that one's skeleton. At the same time, when this one drives right at you, it does want to close up a little bit. And then when you look right behind that one's shoulder, wants to be a touch more plain and nondescript. And then if we can just get this one to flex and reach just a little bit better. But overall, a really nice one to end up in second for that particular exhibitor. Young man does a really nice job of getting this one exhibited. Obviously really enjoys this particular project. And it has one that's grown very well for him. And it has those growth indicators that we've talked about from a body, and this one has more skeletal width, skeletal just substance all the way to the ground when you compare it to some of the ones directly above it. As we start comparing this one and the one in second both wanted to deviate out of the backside of their blade. This one does it to a more extreme level, and it doesn't want to get out and go quite as well as what the ones directly above it do, but that one's got a lot of muscle, a lot of product working in that particular hog. Young lady's mostly white one that's coming out next. Here's one that is square behind its shoulder than when you compare it to the ones directly above it, but at the same time, and we really want to appreciate just the rib shape that this one does possess when you compare it to some of the other ones in this class. This one wants to get just a touch plainer in its overall makeup, wants to be a touch lower front, a little flatter on its front feet, maybe just not quite as robust as we get out and go. Young lady's coming out next, the senior in this particular drive. Here's one that is square and leaner from a composition standpoint than the one directly in front of it. Like the foot size, like the substance that this one possesses. This one, maybe from an average daily gain, doesn't quite get there. And as you start looking at its front end structure, that might be why it's a touch more restricted up there. Young lady that's coming out next, here's one that, like some of the ones directly above it, like the lean shape, like the body this one possesses. Want to just redesign this one right there through its front end. It's a touch forward on its shoulder, not wanting to quite get out and reach quite as well, but a lot of shape and product working in that particular pig. The young man's got one coming out that looks like it's been just pretty efficient, easy doing type of a market hog. Big bodied, big ribbed, With that, it's starting to lay on a little extra condition, and it's maybe not wanting to get out and go out of its rear skeleton for us today, out of that rear right, not quite to be quite as comfortable. So with that, let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
So following class 3 of the single source commercial swine, we're going to move right into the production Barrow classes. However, in between the production Barrow classes and the production Gilt classes, we will have all of these single source exhibitors back to the show ring, and we will add up their total points, and at that time we will name your single source champion and reserve. Again, we will name your single source champion and reserve in between the production Barrows and the production Gilts. At that time, we will only need the kids to the ring, not any of their pigs.
We thank you, KCTC, for coming out, and for the people that are not able to be here this morning, they are able to watch the show and hear the judges' comments and all this. So thank you very much for coming out. We really appreciate it.
Okay, we went up here in average daily gains. I think what's really impressive, or what's really cool, so I'm a geneticist by training, work for a swine genetics company, that we would supply the genetics for these particular pigs. And as a geneticist, you look at these pigs and you say there's a lot of variation from an average daily gain perspective. There's a lot of variation from a size, scale, muscle, build perspective. And as a geneticist, you need to have variation to select on. And so that just means that we have opportunity to improve our product. The fact that these are all out of the the same facilities, same environment, and yet we have this much variation from a growth and build perspective. I think a neat thing that even in the commercial industry, you take a look and think all these look pretty similar. There still is quite a bit of variation from that standpoint. So with that, the one that I'm going to opt to use in this particular class as we start getting up here with the higher average daily gains is going to be this young lady directly in front of me. That one, you step off to the side there and it's built all the way down. It's got a lot of muscle working down that one's top, stout and thick from the rear end. Everything just matches. It's wanting to get a little tired here, but I think from the same standpoint, all the joints read good. It just reads like it's getting a little tight and worn out. It's not used to moving this much in this particular drive. And with that, the one I'm going to opt to use for a second is going to be this young man on my left. He's going to be second place with the blue-eyed Barrow. He's obviously done very well from an average daily gain perspective. That one is probably a touch more youthful and cleaner and more appropriate from a carcass composition standpoint. As you look at its indicators up there through the front 1/3, it's not working quite as much condition, not working quite as much extra fat through that lower 1/3, so I definitely appreciate that. This one just doesn't have that extra width when we compare it directly to that class winner, and so really close pair, maybe not quite as bold right there through the center portion of that one's rib, but really nice job to both those exhibitors. As we move on down the line to third, the young ladies with the blue-hipped one. This is one that, besides this one's growth, maybe not being quite where the top two are, I like this one quite a bit. Squareness when it comes right at you, rib shape, pulled apart at the top side of that one's blades, got a lot of muscle working in it. Just maybe doesn't have that extra growth that we're after as we start comparing it to some of these other ones, but really nice pig for that young lady. As we move on down the line, have one here that, has some of those indicators of muscle. We got skeletal width, we got top side shape, width working all the way down that one's hip, wide pinned in comparison, and it's still lean and appropriate from that standpoint. At the same time, this one maybe doesn't want to get out and go just quite as well as what some of the other ones in this particular class do. Young man that's going to come next, here's one that also lean from a shape standpoint. Read that one through the front 1/3, still lean and pretty expressive. It's not wanting to just get out and motor quite as well as what some of the other ones were in this particular class. And when you start getting this quality and this consistency, those are the little details that are going to sort them. Following up with the senior in this particular class, she's got one that definitely is going to go to the cooler with lean cutout in that one's favor. That one's the leanest in this particular class. At the same time, we just got to get a few more groceries into that one. It just wants to look a touch harder and drier through that one's rear rib and flank. Maybe just didn't quite get filled up here this morning, but at the same time, really nice job to that young lady for exhibiting as a senior in this particular division. So congratulations to all those exhibitors here in the production show.
Catching up on some results from Class 2 single source commercial swine. First place receiving a purple, Hallie Heistoffer. Second place in a purple, Isabel Reed. Third place in a purple, Xander Myers. Fourth place in a blue, Annie Troyer. Fifth place in a blue, Courtney Kalupa. Sixth place in a blue, Kinsey Miller. And seventh place in a blue, Kale Miller. Results from single source Class 3. First place in a purple, Hallie Heistoffer. Second place in a purple, Xander Meyer. Third place in a purple, Annie Troyer. Fourth place in a purple, Isabel Reed. Fifth place in a blue, Sam Troyer. In sixth place in a blue, Courtney Kalupa.
hear him say that he's going to move that tape. I hear him say that he's going to move that tape. I hear him say that he's going to move that tape. I hear him say that he's going to move that tape. I hear him say that he's going to move that tape.
Okay, really nice class to start us off with here, and I think we have two representatives that come to the top pretty quickly, and they came to the top as soon as they entered the ring. Just when you get right on top of both of these, the amount of top shape they have working down their skeleton, you step in behind them, a lot of true muscle shape. I think there's one that just the indicators of having true muscle mass as far as width and squareness all the way to the ground. Does it just a touch better. I think there's one that's a touch taller at the point of a shoulder, just longer and more extended, has that frame size to be able to go to those heavy weights in an efficient package. And so as we start talking about frame, that's what we're talking about. We want to make sure that they have that frame that can get out and grow efficiently. And so with that, the one that has the frame has that squareness and width all the way to the ground and is a little bit more up on its pasterns. Is going to be the young lady with the roan colored one here. She's going to be your class winner. Congratulations to her. Next one coming in will be this mostly white Barrow. Here's one that just like the class winner as far as just true shape, like the rib cage this one has. When you get right on top of this particular Barrow, the amount of upper rib this pig possesses is very impressive and has that advantage. And I do like just its extra foot size and stoutness when you compare it directly to the class winner. It wants to get just a touch flatter up front, maybe not quite as wide and pull apart when it comes right at you. Young man's got one that mirrors some of those traits of the top two as far as just shape. In the mid portion of that one's back, like the way that this one gets out and motors, but at the same time, it doesn't maybe have that extra rib that the one in second has. And when you study this one right at the top side of its blade, it wants to close up more than what we'd like to see. It doesn't have that true shape and expression coming out. The one that does have more true shape and expression working down that one's top is the one that's going to come out in fourth here. At the same time, that one gets a little bit more narrow, closed up, and it's harder right there through its upper rib cage. Young man's got one coming out that looks like a good, easy feeding one from the side, just big-bodied, bold-ribbed, soft through that one's flank. You step in behind it. It wants to get narrower pin, narrower all the way to the ground, more nondescript from behind. Do have the lean one of the class as far as just shape and expression in relation to the overall mass this one possesses. It still has some flank. At the same time, need to just smooth this one out as it comes out of the backside of its shoulder. Pick that one up and just allow it to go a little bit better right there at the top side of its shoulder. But overall, really nice class to start us off with the production show. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from Class 1 production barrows. First place in a purple, Presley Hora. Second place in a purple, Elizabeth Hora. Third place in a blue, John Hora. Fourth place in a blue, John Hora. Fifth place in a blue, Elizabeth Hora. And sixth place in a blue, Presley Hora. Now entering the ring, production barrow, Class 2.
hear him say that he's going to move that check. I hear him say that he's going to move that check. I hear him say that he's going to move that check.
Okay, real nice class of Barrows as we start getting up here in average daily gains. I think we got some that there's a reason why they were able to grow at the rate they were. They have that width, they have that body, they have the structural correctness, and we'll talk about some different structural concerns as we move on down the line. And not necessarily just going to sort the show based on average daily gain. It's a number that we definitely need to take into account. If we say these were weighed in April, we're at around 90 days. An extra tenth is 9 pounds. If we say, just shy of 3 pounds, maybe we're at 3 or 4 extra days in finishing. We're at 60 cents if we have time to go ahead and feed these things out for every additional tenth of average daily gain we're giving up. And so we know that right off the bat. So we got to be able to make up that 60 cents. And if we're talking on a fixed time basis where we got to get those pigs out the door, we're talking even a higher dollar figure. But when you start adding in efficiency and you start talking in mortality, and these pigs are supposed to be representatives of what the rest of the barn does represent. And so if these have a little bit of an issue, we're going to expect that that issue becomes even more prevalent as we start looking at the rest of their pen mates. And so with that, I think there's one individual in here that's a really good representative of what we're after from a derby show as far as just having all those indicators of muscle, but still having that rib and body. And this thing's been able to get out and go the entire class. Young man here in the middle of the ring is going to have your class winner. That's a really nice Barrow to go ahead and win this particular class. Young lady's got a nice one here in second, taking nothing away. I like the upper rib shape that one possesses. There's a reason it's been able to grow at this particular weight. It maybe doesn't have that extra length and extension and frame size that we're after, but it's still from a squareness, a build, and structural integrity, it's been able to get out and go very well. Maybe just doesn't have those extras that the class winner has. Young lady that's coming out next, here's one that does have that frame of the class winner. As we start laying on that additional weight, as we start laying on some of those additional calories, we're starting to see that through its front 1/3, getting a touch plainer there, a little bit more lower 1/3 throwaway. We just need to clean this one up a touch. But from what that one's been able to do from an average daily gain perspective, you look at the top side of that one, the amount of width that has up top, very impressive. Young lady's coming out next. It has more shape and expression than the one directly in front of it. Like the foot size this one possesses, we need to just square that one up out of the backside of its shoulder, allow that loin to tie in a touch better to that one's blade. One coming out next, here's one that, like the expression this one has, lean cat out, as we start seeing these things get out and go, This one doesn't just want to get out as comfortable, especially out of its rear skeleton. Doesn't want to just take a real confident step out of that rear left. Here's one that's out of its front end, maybe doesn't want to be quite as comfortable, but lean shape working down the top side of that one's skeleton, a lot of muscle, a lot of lower ham in that particular pig. Foot size is good. We just got to get that one to get out and go a touch more comfortable to move up any higher. Same thing for this young lady's here. That front right just isn't going to be good enough. As we compare this one to the ones directly above it, average daily gain in all these pigs is really good. Like the squareness this one has as it comes at me, like the shape this one has out of the backside of its blade, just not good enough right out of the front end of its skeleton. The next one coming out, big bodied, bold, productive. As this one comes at you and as this one leaves you, it's just the narrowest of the drive. Really question how much true muscle shape is working in that particular barrow when you compare it to some of its contemporaries. Now, you guys have the scan sheets, and you're going to probably tell me I'm a liar when you're looking at those, but that's okay. It's a show, and I'm supposed to just evaluate what they look like. So with that, really nice barrow to end up down the line. Let's give a congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Over here, so you can move that chair.
Results from Class 2 production barrows. First place in a purple, Tate Bombi. Second place in a purple, Taya Bombi. Third place in a purple, Tessa Bombi. Fourth place in a purple, Callie Huber. Fifth place in a blue, Tessa Bombi. Sixth place in a blue, Taya Bombi. And seventh place in a blue, Callie Huber. Now entering the ring is production barrows Class 3.
Over here, so you can move that chair. Over here, so you can move that chair. hear him say that he's gonna move that child.
I gotta say, I know the spring was a cool spring, but whatever you guys were able to do, get these things to grow at this rate should be just commended tremendously. And let's give a round of applause for all the exhibitors in this class, because this is an impressive set of Derby pigs. And I think you go on down the line, and there's ones all the way down that win a lot of Derby shows across the state of Iowa, as we're putting ones with above a 3.0 average daily gain down the line, and that's a little disheartening, but it's also really exciting because it means we have some really good ones as we work our way up towards the top. And I was just talking on the previous class on how we do need to keep average daily gain in check and use that kind of as we're kind of sorting into groups, but at the same time, as we get up into these big heavyweights, as we get into ones that have obviously grown really, really well, we need to also take into account some carcass composition standpoint and structure standpoint and kind of add everything together, because we're going to see some structure flaws as we move on down the lines and as we get up to these big heavy weights. And all it takes is a little bit more of a higher percentage of calls or mortalities or issues with some of their pen mates, and that closeout can look a little bit poorer. And so that's why we're going to harp on some of the things we're going to harp on. But with that, I think there's a really good representative that just has that structural build that we're after, has that width and squareness that we're after. Everything fits, and at the same time, it's obviously been able to grow really well. The young lady up there will be your class winner. That's a really nice Derby hog. Young man's going to come next. This one maybe not quite as just appropriate from a carcass standpoint, but still plenty good. It's able to been, and of the ones up here, it's able to get out and go and flex and reach. Has that foot size and substance that we're after. Just a good place to kind of end up in second. Really a no holes type of pig that's grown really well for that young man. Young lady's got one that's coming out next, and here's one. When this one hit the ring, I thought, okay, that one might be our in contention for our class winner, because I like the width, the muscle that one possesses working down its top. As the drive's worn on, that rear leg's just gotten a touch more funky. It wants to hawk in more than we want to see, step outside of itself, get more restricted on the move. We just need to kind of fix that one on the rear end structure, but really, really good pig to end up in third. Young man's got one that's taller, longer, more extended, more shape, working down the top side of its skeleton. A lot of shape working out through that one's ham and stifle. Like the front end design. As we start breaking these things down, it wants to maybe just come together in a few more parts and pieces. It's not as wide and pulled apart as what some of the ones directly in front of it. So it has the shape, but we maybe start to question how much true muscle is there when we look at that one's base width. Maybe not quite as bold and pulled apart through that one's center cavity. Young man has one that I'm pretty sure might win the carcass portion of this competition. To have that much shape and width working down that one's top line, as well as to have that kind of average daily gain. Would not be surprised if that one wins the carcass side, because that one's really, really impressive from that standpoint. Where we're going to nitpick on this one, front end, just front pastern design. It wants to get down on its front pasterns. As we start talking about raising these things on slats, really easy to get those dew claws caught on those slats. Rear end structure, starting to get a little bit of slat sores. Maybe wants to get up underneath of itself a little too much. So this one, obviously you could say, hey, it's got to this weight, it's got to this average daily gain, it's good enough. But as we start looking at its contemporaries, I don't know if its contemporaries will be quite as good, but as an individual, that one's really impressive. Young man's got one that has done really well from an average daily gain perspective. Big body, growthy, almost to its disadvantage. This one maybe doesn't have that structural width or muscle to compensate for all that extra condition this one's starting to lay on. It looks to be the plainest and most nondescript of the pigs in this particular drive. And like I said earlier, you guys will have, you'll be able to see exactly what this one scanned out at. But to me, that one just looks to be a little bit more closed up, a little bit lighter muscle, a little bit plainer in its shape. But overall, congratulations to all those exhibitors. We got some rounding out the class that, just maybe didn't have quite the structure or carcass composition standpoint. But overall, really good class. My hat's off to all those exhibitors.
results from Class 3 production barrows. First place in a purple, Madison Gent. Second place in a purple, Tatum Erig. Third place in a purple, Macy Erig. Fourth place in a purple, Tatum Erig. Fifth place in a blue, TJ Brenneman. Sixth place in a blue, Peyton Brenneman. And seventh place in a blue, also Peyton Brenneman. Now we will be selecting your champion and reserve production barrow.
Okay, we're going to do top 5 in this particular drive, and I've been really impressed with the Barrow show here today. It's, I mean, not only the pigs as far as a growth rate, able to get out and go, but at the same time, these exhibitors, the work that they put into these pigs, and I know some people might think, okay, they're Derby pigs, they don't take as much work, but to get a pig to grow over 3 pounds a day, you're obviously putting a lot of work into these things, and that's an impressive feat. For that last class to have all over 3 pounds is definitely a testament to the breeders, the feeders, the growers in this particular county, so my hat's off to them. With that, I think there's one individual in here that kind of just sets the stage. It does everything that we're after as far as able to get out and motor. If we kind of think about, okay, are there any flaws, are there any issues that maybe their pen mates might show off a little bit worse? I don't think there really are a whole lot of issues. I think this is just a good pig that grew really well, has a lot of muscle, has the width, has the body, has the structure, the correctness that we're after. The young lady out of the last class is going to have your champion. Congratulations. Okay, second in that class comes out, and we talked in that class just how tough it was, how impressive that overall class was. And I think this one fits the mold, and I think there's a couple here that are in contention here for this reserve, but we're going to opt to go ahead and just keep those two out of that class together. The second place in that class is going to be reserve. Just a really nice pig to go ahead and end up reserve barrow. And with that, as we move on down to third place, we're going to go with one that prior to that last class, I would have been really happy to go ahead and use, because this one, just like the two above it, does everything well. Maybe just didn't have those extras. The young man in the middle of the ring is going to have your third place. Bring that second place out here, and I think it gets really close. That one maybe just from a growth perspective like it, but you start looking at that one out of the first class, a lot of lean shape working in it. It's appropriate for its size, its scale. I think that one's going to go to the rail with a lot of value, and it's been able to handle this whole drive while we've been out here. Young lady out of the first class is going to be your fourth out. As we move on down the line here, I think it gets real close here between these last two. I think the one's starting to get a little tighter. Earlier in class, I think this one was moving out okay, and still really like just the body and rib and presence this one has. Is it just perfect through its front shoulder? No, but it's obviously been able to do pretty well for this young lady. Young lady out of that second class is going to be a reserve, or fifth out.
the single source exhibitors please come into the ring, please? Like I talked about before, it's based off of the point system for as average daily game placing, their interview process, and how they place within the ring. So all three criteria, we're taking them and we rank them. And for the single source commercial swine, we got cash awards for these young people for 60, 45, 35, 25, and 15. And those cash awards were sponsored by Ebert Painting, Bill and Kathy Ebert, Washington County Pork Producers, Don Lewis Family, and G-Row Genetics. Okay. We actually had a tie for 5th place. In 5th, tied for 5th, is Sam Troyer and Kenzie Miller. In 4th is Annie Troyer. In 3rd, Isabel Reed. Your reserve champion, commercial, single source, will receive $45 sponsored by Ryan and Logan Bell. That goes to Xander Myers. He also gets a banner. And your champion, single source, receiving $60 sponsored by Wilman Produce, is Hallie Heistorfer. Again, thank you to Dean Sarin for supplying these pigs. Like we said, we weighed them back in April, and it's just strictly a gate cut as they come off the trailer and we're penned. There was no selection, no nothing. Each kid got a pen, and we went from there. Again, congratulations. Everybody, family members, you got your pictures that you need? We good? All right, thanks, kids.
Okay, Brady is going to give a little information, our judge, where he lives and what he's done in his life.
Well, maybe not a whole lot, but yeah, so I live in Columbus, Nebraska with my wife Katie. Was a member of the Iowa State livestock judging team, meat animal evaluation team, then helped coach those two while I was in graduate school at Iowa State, and then currently would oversee multiplication for DNA swine genetics. So one of the commercial swine genetics producers, and that's why I was saying in that single source one, I'm familiar with the genetics behind those pigs. Can't get too critical because I'm going to be insulting the company that I work for. So just a good joke with Dean. Dean did a really nice job providing those pigs to that single source. But overall, really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. So thank you guys.
Now we'll move into the production gilt classes. These pigs were also weighed in April. They had to weigh, the limit was 55 pounds or smaller, and we're going to start with class 1 of the production gilts.
Results from our production Barrow show, top 5. All of them are receiving cash awards sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers, Ebert Painting, and Farmers Co-op Keota and Ainsworth. Your champion production Barrow was exhibited by Madison Gent. Her award was sponsored by DeKalb Feeds, and her cash award was sponsored by KCTC. Your reserve production barrow was exhibited by Tatum Erie. His award was sponsored by Ron Carroll. Your third overall production barrow was exhibited by Tate Bombi. Your fourth overall production barrow was exhibited by Presley Horup. And your fifth overall production barrow was exhibited by Taya Bombi. We will need those production barrows back to the ring following our selection of a top 5 production gilt. Currently in the ring is your first class of production gilts, Class 1.
Over here, I'm saying that you can move that check. Over here, I'm saying that you can move that check. Over here, I'm saying that you can move that check. Over here, I'm saying that you can move that check.
Nice class of market gilts here, Derby gilts, to go ahead and start off the show with ones that maybe a little lighter weights. So we were joking that, yeah, they're able to get out and go, they're able to get out and move. Then it's just a matter of getting a good view of them while they're running around the ring, feeling their oats and just having a good time. But now we got them calmed down, able to get a good view on them. I think as we start thinking about, okay, what does a lighter weight gilt need to do? What does it need to look like? One, they got to have the frame to keep getting bigger. They're pen made, so we got to have that frame to keep adding some weight, keep adding some growth to these things. They got to be structurally correct enough to keep going to those heavier weights. They got to have that structural width. I think there's one that does that in a totals package, and that'll be the young lady with the blue gilt. She'll be the winner in this particular drive. Congratulations to her. And it was really her structural correctness that sorted her over the one that's going to end up in second. The one in second, like the shape this one possesses, a lot of muscle work in that particular one. We got to just relax that one's rear end. It wants to narrow up as you look at it from behind. Start to question what that rear leg structure is going to be as we start adding on 50, 75 pounds. Today, going to say it's good enough because of its muscle, and it's still able to motor pretty well, but as we compare it to the class winner, just want to tweak that ever so slightly. One that's coming out next here is the shapely lean cutout one of the drive, like the width and squareness this one has going all the way to the ground. They just didn't come together quite as many pieces. It is just a little bit more raw, a little bit more immature when we compare it to some of the rest of them in this class. Maybe didn't know what the frame size, if it had, to get up to those big heavy weights. Young man's coming out next. It has the frame size, it has the body, it has the depth that we're after. Need to fix this one on its front pasterns. Wants to get just too flat-footed up front. If we can fix that, I think we can move that one up pretty quickly. Young man's got one coming out here that's wide and square when it drives right at you. Got good shape working down the top side of that one's skeleton. This one too wants to get a touch more restricted out of its rear end. Maybe doesn't have that extra mass that we're after compared to the ones directly above it. The young man that's going to come out next, I think these last two were very similar in their type and kind. Didn't maybe see just as much width as the one directly in front of it. Maybe not quite as much rib cage as what we want to see. But here's one that just you step off to the side. It's able to do the basics. We just got to add some width, some dimension to this one to allow it to get to those bigger, heavier weights. But overall, really nice class of Derby market gilts. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 1 production gilts. First place in a purple went to Elizabeth Horam. Second place in a purple, John Horam. Third place in a blue, Presley Horam. Fourth place in a blue, Presley Hora. Fifth place in a blue, Elizabeth Hora. And sixth place in a blue, John Hora. Now entering the show ring is production gilt Class 2.
Over here and stand up. You can move that table. Over here and stand up. You can move that table. understand that you can move that type of
Okay, fun class to sort here as we get out into our middle average daily gain division of our market gilts. And I think we have a real nice one that has the totals to go ahead and win this particular drive. And that'll be the young lady with the mostly white gilt on my left-hand side. She'll go ahead and win this particular class. As far as one that's able to just get out and go, has the rib, has the body, depth of flank, and you step in behind this one, still has some pin width and structural width all the way to the ground. Trust that one has true muscle mass working in it. Young lady is going to come out in second, has the frame size that we're after, has that extra go power, I guess you could say, about this one's length, the body, height of skeleton, and still has enough width. Gets a touch plainer and more nondescript when you compare it directly to its class winner, but still able to get out and go and motor in a very nice package. Young man has one that if I could fix just one thing on this one, I think there's a lot to like. As far as heaviness of structure, stout skeleton, has muscle in the mid portion of that one's back, has width and squareness all the way to the ground from behind. Just need to redesign this one right at the top side of its shoulder. Doesn't tie that loin in just quite right. But if we can tweak that ever so slightly, I think we can move this one up in a hurry. Young lady has one that just covers the basics from a growth perspective. Sound structured, square built, big bodied. At the same time, I don't know how truly wide skeleton this one is. Don't know how much just true muscle width and mass this one has working down that one's top. It is the plainest and most nondescript of the top four. Young man's coming out next, does have the lean cutout advantage over the one directly in front of it, especially at the mid portion of that one's back. He's step in behind this one, stout and square from pin hock to ground, as far as just having that extra stifle shape and muscle mass. But as this one continues to drive that front right, we just got to redesign that one ever so slightly. Young lady's coming out, lean shape, just maybe similar to what we've talked about with some of the other ones. Maybe not quite having the width as it drives right at you. Maybe not quite as pulled apart through that one's forerib. Young lady has one that so far is probably going to be the one that's going to win the carcass composition on the gilt side. Really ripped up from a shape perspective, really lean in its overall build, has a lot of just muscle mass. But when this one just gets out and go, we got to redesign that one's rear leg. It just wants to go east to west instead of north to south a little bit more than what we'd like to see. We can redesign that one. I think that one's going to do really well when it goes to the rail. So congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from production gilt class 2. First place in a purple went to Tessa Bombi. Second place in a purple went to Callie Huber. Third place in a purple, Hudson Connolly. Fourth place in a blue, Tessa Bombi. Fifth place in a blue, Tate Bombi. Sixth place in a blue, Callie Huber. And seventh place in a blue, Madison Gent. Now entering the ring is production gilt class 3.
over here and saying that you can move that type of
One quick reminder we will be doing showmanship in between the two shows, and it involves exhibitors from either show. So both production exhibitors or the regular market swine show exhibitors will be participating in one showmanship in between the two shows. So one showmanship in between the two shows.
They were here and saying that you can move their tags. They were here and saying that you can move their tags. They were here and saying that you can move their tags. They were here and saying that you can move their tags. They were here and saying that you can move their tags.
Okay, real nice class, and once again, it is awfully impressive when you can have all three of these be out here in that 3 pounds per day average daily gain. Just something that is just a testament to what you guys have been able to do in this county, and we've had a cooler spring, which probably helps. But going to most derby shows, if you could use any of these, you'd definitely be happy from that standpoint. I think there's one, as we start talking about just the combination of having that growth, but still structural correctness, having that skeletal width to handle it, able to get out and go. The young man directly in front of me is going to have your class winner. Congratulations. Then I think it gets really close between second and third. The one that I'm going to opt to use, I think, is just a little bit more appropriate from a carcass composition standpoint, and I think handles its wheels just a touch better. A little bit more up on its rear pasterns, a little bit stouter at the ground, a little bit squarer as you watch it track away from you as far as hock to ground. Young lady on my right is going to have your second place in this particular class. Congratulations to her. Young man's got one that's obviously grown really, really well, but potentially to its disadvantage. That one's maybe just getting a little extra condition, a little more lower 1/3. But if you look at that one's body, that one's rib cage, that's awfully impressive. A lot of width working in that. One may just pick it up on its front pasterns, square it up in its hocks. Wants to maybe track outside of itself, maybe not be quite as coordinated from that perspective. So when you add on the structure concerns with that extra condition, we're going to sort that one down to 3rd. But taking nothing away, that young man has a really nice Derby gilt to end up in 3rd place. Then we drop down a little bit on average daily gains, but at the same time, I think we got a really nice one to go ahead and end up in 4th. Here's one that's square when it comes right at you, wide down its top. May just didn't have that extra growth, extra go power of the ones directly in front of it, but one that is definitely impressive in its own right. The next one coming out, here's one that as we start comparing it to the ones on down the line, like just its ability to get out and go, when you compare it to the ones directly in front of it, it's the narrowest made, it's the narrowest based of those top end. Young man coming out next, here's one that has that extra width, has that extra substance at the ground, width at the mid portion of that one's back. Once again, maybe doesn't tie quite right at the top side, maybe just not quite as coordinated on the go, especially as you look at that one's front pasterns. But overall, nice one to end up down the line. Young lady's got one. She's done a great job showing these things all day. Like the lean cutout, this one possesses mid portion of that one's back. That one should open up a pretty good eye. Shape and expression through that one's ham and stifle. It just gets to be more restricted out here. It doesn't tie into the backside of its blade quite as well as what we'd like to see. Congratulations to all those exhibitors for exhibiting those market gilts.
Now we'll move into the champion and reserve production gilt. And when we're done with that, we're going to have overall champion and reserve. We will bring back the market and the market bearers, and we'll go down the list and we'll have our top 5 market production hog. So that's what we're doing right now.
Over here, I'm saying that you can move that check.
Okay, not going to take too long on this particular drive. I think when you have one that just needs to win, go out and say it, especially when we get these commercial pigs that maybe aren't used to driving for quite as long. Don't want these things to get broken down and just get tired and worked up. So with that being said, I think there's one that just covers all the basics and then has the extras that we're after. Has done very well for this exhibitor. Just grown extremely well, has the body, has the width, still able to handle it very well. Young man in the corner is going to be your champion market gilt. Congratulations.
Over here, I'm saying that you can move that check.
Talked in that particular class just how impressive those top 3 were, and all of them were just very competitive, and would have been happy to have those at any county fair you go to. With that being said, the one that came in second in that particular class maybe just didn't have the extras that the class winner is after, but as we compare it to the rest of its contemporaries, it has the foot size, it has the structure, it has the width and squareness to the ground, has a lot of shape working down that one's top. Second in that class is going to be reserve champion gilt. Congratulations to that exhibitor. Now that we're looking at that just leaves the 2 from the first 2 classes in the ring, and I think there's one from an upper rib perspective, softness, has that frame size that we're after to get to those heavier weights, and still able to handle it very well. Young lady in the middle of the ring is going to have your 3rd out gilt. Congratulations.
hear him say that you can move that chicken.
We bring that second place out here, and as we have moved throughout the day on these classes, we've got more frame, we've got more size and scale, which has allowed them to get to that extra growth rate. But I think in this particular class, as you're looking for ones that can grow and then their contemporaries can grow, and then still do that in a sound structure package, so we're not going to have to worry about feed conversion, we're not going to have to worry about culls and mortality. The second place in that class is going to be your fourth out. Congratulations. So with that, the young ladies that was first in that first class will be your fifth overall gilt. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from your production gilt show. They will all be, top five will all be receiving cash awards sponsored by, in memory of Robert L. Bonner, Washington Ag Supply, and Washington State Bank, and United Animal Health. Your champion production gilt went to Peyton Brenneman. His award was sponsored by Derek and Jalissa Bombi, and his cash award was sponsored by Mike Hammond family. Your reserve production gilt went to Macy Erig. Her award was sponsored by Cody and Chelsea Branstead. Your third overall production gilt went to Tessa Bombi. Fourth overall production gilt, Callie Huber. And your fifth overall production gilt was Elizabeth Horup. We are now going to select a top five production overall.
We're going to bring in the champion market Barrow and the champion production market gilt. And these will compete against each other for the top five. And then when we get whoever wins, we'll bring out the second and vice versa. So that's what we're.
Okay, well, first off, just want to thank the Swine Committee for inviting me here today, and all the ring help for keeping the show moving, and the youth for having a lot of fun during this Derby show. Let's give a round of applause for all these exhibitors that have shown here in this Derby show here this morning. And for the youth that maybe are on the show pig side or the youth that are on the Derby side, I think definitely look in as you're looking at these Derby hogs, and don't just think, oh, those are Derby hogs, because a lot of kids that grew up in the show industry are going to get jobs in the commercial swine industry. And so this is something that definitely is valuable to know and understand, and why we're talking about growth rate, why we're talking about structure, so that way we can make sure that we have feed efficient animals. We can make sure that we have animals that can not have much mortality, not have much from a cull perspective. We talked earlier, you're giving up a 10th average daily gain. You're probably looking 60, 70 cents per pig. At least on a fixed weight basis, if you got some time there in the barns. If you don't, maybe you're looking at plus $1. So you start closing out a 2,400 head barn, and you're giving up over $2,000 in some situations just on an extra 10th of average daily gain. And so that's why we're talking about growth. At the same time, as we're talking about mortality, feed efficiency is 70% of the cost of these pigs, and so we got to make sure that not only are they sound, but their structure, as we look at the total pen dynamic, as we look at the total system, is going to be representative. And if there is a structural flaw, if there is an issue, we're not going to go ahead and have some culls and mortalities on the rest of their pen mates. But overall, as we bring these two back out, growing 3 pounds approximately, they've done really, really well from that perspective. I think there's one out here that just covers the surface a little bit easier, gets out and goes, and I don't really see any problems with this particular pig. Just covers all the basics really well from a structural perspective, squareness of build, has the muscle, doesn't maybe have as much muscle as the other one, no, but the Barrow is going to be your champion. That's a really nice hog to go ahead and win this drive. Congratulations to that young lady.
I will bring out the second place in the production Barrow as it enters the ring, very speedily, by the way, and Brady will make his decision.
Okay, I thought those two were really close. As we bring out the second place one, definitely doesn't take anything away. That one has the rib, the body, able to get out and go fairly well. Maybe not quite as good as what that champion Barrow did, and that was what sorted the pair. I think as you start calling structure similar on these two, especially rear end structure, there's one that just overpowers the other one from a width, muscle, mass perspective, and does that in a sound enough package for this particular drive. Young man with the Gilt is going to be reserve champion. Congratulations.
Now we'll bring in the reserve production market Gilt. These are the two reserves, the reserve market Barrow, production Barrow, and the reserve market production Gilt.
Okay, as we start comparing these two, I think we got a lot of similarities, but I think there's one that's going to go to the cooler just with the larger eye, have more total muscle, more total product from that standpoint, just more width and squareness all the way through. Young lady with the Gilt is going to be reserve or third overall. Congratulations.
Now we'll bring out the third place Gilt in the market production Gilt drive up against the Barrow.
As we bring that Gilt out, maybe just doesn't have that extra body width that we're after on that Barrow. That Barrow was really competitive with that reserve Gilt. The Barrow is going to be your fourth out. Congratulations out of young exhibitor. With that, just want to thank you guys again for inviting me. Really enjoyed my time. With that, the Barrow is going to be your fifth overall. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the exhibitors. Now we'll move into the portion of our show. Are we doing? We're going to announce the scan reports, and Zach is going to do that. And go ahead, Zach.
At this time, we need the following exhibitors back to the show ring without a pig: Peyton Brenneman, Madison Gent, Tatum Ehrig, Macy Ehrig, Peyton Brenneman, Taya Bombi, TJ Brenneman, Macy Ehrig, Madison Gent, and Callie Huber. Again, I need those exhibitors back to the ring without a pig. Results from your overall production. Your overall champion went to Madison Gent. Her award was sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers. Your reserve went to Peyton Brenneman, also sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers. Third overall went to Macy Ehrig. Fourth overall, Tatum Ehrig. And fifth overall, Tate Bombi. As soon as we have all the exhibitors into the show ring that we need, we are going to go over our production scan results. Top 5 will be getting awards. Cash awards are sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers, and your champion and reserve are receiving banners sponsored in memory of Ray Sheaver and Ruba Feeders.
Here I'm saying that you can move that channel.
Okay, results from the carcass contest scan results. We just got done doing our live results. I'm going to read from 10 down to 1. In 10th place, Callie Huber.
Here I'm saying that you can move that channel.
9th place, Madison Gent. 8th place, Macy Ehrig. 7th place, TJ Brenneman. 6th place, Taya Bombi. I might have been off on my count. Nope, I'm perfect. 5th place, Peyton Brenneman. 4th place, Macy Ehrig. 3rd place, Tatum Ehrig. Your reserve champion, carcass scan, Madison Gent. And your champion scan carcass result, Peyton Brenneman. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Here I'm saying that you can move that channel.
Cal here, and I'm going to talk about KCTC's beefy broadband speeds. You can feast on the ultimate security experience. Monitor from anywhere, deter crime, and save money. KCTC offers a grade A premium menu of solutions, keeping you online, secured, and giving you the meat sweats. Plus, all new customers are entered to win a half a hog or a beef bundle. Don't stew on it. Visit kctc.net/beefybroadband.
Attention in the barn. Second and final call for senior showmanship. Second and final call for senior showmanship.
As we move into the showmanship classes, we'll start with senior showman, and we have another judge come in to do the second half of our show. And so we'll actually have both Brady and Eric Polish judge the showmanship, and they will work through them as a team, and hopefully they can agree, and we can keep moving on with the show. This will be the senior class first, then intermediate, then junior, and then the one that wins the senior class will come back and show in the Top Gun. The Top Gun is previous winners, and they will come back, and we'll have, I believe, 3 people in Top Gun, and they will get a special award for being the Top Gun. We started this a few years ago. I think the Sheep started it, and we liked their idea, and we incorporated that today and the last few years, and gets the judges kind of together and having it in the middle of the show rather than at the end. The hogs are fresh for the one competitors, and but anyway, and all competitors can be in this one, and so it's good because then we can have it when both judges are here. So as soon as we get more than 2 people up here, we'll get started on that. So bring them on up.
senior showmanship. Last call.
Well, good morning, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to get down here to Washington County. And for those of you who don't know me, my name's Eric Polish. I'm going to be doing the showmanship with Brady here. And we got two seniors out here that are doing a very, very nice job. And I think there's one out here that kind of just commands this win out here, and it's an easy win for us. The young lady's going to be your champion out here today. Just does a phenomenal job driving this one. The young man is going to be your reserve in this senior division. Probably just maybe not as attentive to detail and just driving like the young lady is. But we tell these young kids all the time that this stick that you're using, that whip or pipe or whatever you're going to use, that is how you communicate with these pigs. We don't give them commands like dogs. We can't talk to them like humans, but that whip is how you communicate to that pig to tell him what you do. We don't want to follow them around. We want to actually drive them. We want to communicate with them through that whip, and the young lady does a very, very nice job doing that. Let's go ahead and give these two a nice big round of applause as they head on back.
Results from your senior showmanship. Your champion went to Emma Cole. Her award was sponsored by Vidito Insurance. Her cash award was sponsored by 4-H Wood Products. She also received a cash awards from DeKalb Feeds, Huber division of Huber Feed. And she received a swine show brush from Norman Pumping. Your reserve senior showman was Bowen Pennington. His award was sponsored by Giro Genetics.
hear him say that he's gonna move that chicken. I hear him say that he's gonna move that chicken. I hear him say that he's gonna move that chicken.
Well, really appreciate the opportunity to come out here and sort Showmanship. Appreciate the opportunity to work alongside Eric. When I was growing up, showing pigs, had the opportunity to go ahead and get a couple pigs from him as I was growing. So I have definitely looked up to him over the years, and definitely it's a unique opportunity to get out here and have a production judge sort alongside a showmanship judge, or a market hog judge of the showmanship division. With that, I guess there's two honorable mentions that we're going to give. And then we'll talk about the reserve and the grand. And I guess the honorable mentions will be a young man on the far side there. He got the pig where he needed to be, just wanted to see a touch more intensity. And kind of, you lost track of where the judge was at times. But pick up that level of intensity, get that pig going, and know where that judge is. And I think you have a really bright future. Then the one that'll be kind of the other honorable mention will be this young man with the calico in front of me. This is one that at times, really good look, gets that animal presented, but almost too much. Wants to overdrive that pig a little bit more than what we want to see. Wants to work that head a little harder, and so that pig starts to get a little sideways, east to west with its head, throws off its look, throws off its balance, and then he crossed over Eric as Eric was watching the rest of the pigs come in. So I want to make sure for those younger exhibitors, as you're coming into the ring, if you're not the one getting looked at, stay away until Eric or whoever the judge is done looking at those pigs. Then as we kind of go down to the reserve honors, we're going to go ahead and give to the young lady here in the middle of the ring with the dark hair. Here's one that has that head up, has that attractive look. At times, maybe that pig wanted to get just a little bit farther away than what we wanted to see. Maybe just keep it a little closer, maybe got a little bit more relaxed. keep up that level of intensity, keep that pig moving where we want it to. And then in our minds, we were in agreement there's one individual that needs to win this particular drive. Does a real nice job just keeping that pig presented to the utmost. Skin and hair looks good. Presents that pig to the 100th degree. Young man directly in front of me is going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Over here, I'm saying that he's gonna move that chicken.
Results from your intermediate showmanship. Your champion was Preston Ford. His award was sponsored by Kennedy Insurance. He's also receiving cash awards sponsored by the Tipsy Traveler, DeKalb Feeds, and will also receive a swine show brush sponsored by Joe, Gwen, and Tad to Brockhorst. Your reserve intermediate showman went to Haley Brunn. Her award is sponsored by Giro Genetics. Now entering the show ring is your junior showmanship.
Over here, I'm saying that he's gonna move that chicken. Over here, I'm saying that he's gonna move that chicken. Over here, I'm saying that he's gonna move that chicken.
Okay, it was fun to sort this class, and I think your county has a lot to be excited about with this division. There's a lot of youth that take this really seriously, and they're doing a really nice job. I think the future just looks awfully bright for this county. And obviously this county has a long history and a long tradition of having high-quality showmen come out of it, and so I think that that's only going to continue. And I think there's a couple showmen that kind of have risen to the top for us, but just to talk about a couple things as we look at, okay, what's going to sort the rest of the group. There's a couple times where some exhibitors, they do a really nice job driving at us. Then they go to circle. They just want to get a little too far away. They kind of get lost in the shuffle. There's a couple exhibitors, maybe we could just pick up the intensity just a little bit. And then there's a couple exhibitors that maybe are getting just a touch whip happy. And so just remember, calm, cool, collected. Keep that appropriate distance. And then maybe as you're circling, don't circle so wide that you just get lost in the shuffle, and then you kind of the judge loses where you're at. You always want to kind of keep circling, but circle in a slow pace. You don't want to go cranking on those animals, and you don't want to go crossing over, standing between you and those animals. And so with that, I think there's two individuals that have kind of risen to the top for us, and that'll be the two young ladies here on my left. And as we start breaking down those two, I think there's one that's just been a little bit more consistent with pace. There's been one that's just been more consistent as far as distance and control. And so the young lady with the blue-headed one's going to be your champion. Young lady with the black-headed one's going to be reserved. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Results from junior showmanship. Your champion went to Anna Greiner. Her award was sponsored by Kyoto Vet Clinic. She's also receiving cash awards from Cedar Family Farms, DeKalb Feeds, and will also receive a swine show brush sponsored by Joe and Gwen and Tad to Brockhorst. Your reserve junior showman went to Madison Jen. Her award is sponsored by Giro Genetics. Entering the ring here in a moment will be your Top Gun showmanship. This is any member or exhibitor that has won their division of showmanship. So junior through senior, they have won their division at some point, either this year or a previous year, and now they are participating in Top Gun showmanship.
Here I'm saying that you can move that
Following the selection of your Top Gun showman that is currently going on in the ring, we are going to announce the results from your Junior Master Pork Producer Contest. So we will need the following exhibitors back to the ring. And we do understand a few of those are in the ring currently, so we'll give you a minute to get here. But they are Callie Huber, Peyton Ford, Preston Ford, Tessa Bombi, Taya Bombi, and Lane Norman. Again, those exhibitors we need to the ring following the Top Gun showman are Callie Huber, Peyton Ford, Preston Ford, Tessa Bombi, Taya Bombi, and Lane Norman.
This will be the last time I'm on the mic, so just want to once again just thank the ring help and thank the Swine Committee for inviting me, and thank the exhibitors. Really appreciated the opportunity to come out here and sort the show. What you guys have going here as far as having a competitive show pig side and production side, that'll pay dividends on down the road. For those that are in the show pig side, as you go off to college and having that network on the commercial side, if you guys need a job, that's a huge benefit to you. Maybe you don't realize it today, but whatever you can do, just make sure you know everybody in your county, because that'll pay dividends on down the road. With that, I think there was two, as Eric and I talked, that kind of came to the top. There was one exhibitor who just hit the spots a little quicker, had the right pace, had the right speed, and then hitting the ring gave us the views that we wanted to see right as soon as they came into the ring, and then did a really nice job the entire drive. Never really faltered, kind of kept calm, cool, consistent. The young lady with the Chester is going to be your champion showman. With that, there was one individual that pushed really hard for reserve, and really just came down to speed. Wanted to just crank this one up just a notch faster at times. At times gave us a good look, good speed, but just at times wanted to slow down and then didn't get to its spots quite as quickly as what we wanted to see. But still be very proud to have this young exhibitor show a pig for me or anything along those lines, because he does an awesome job. Young man with the narrow belted Barrow will be a reserve. Congratulations.
Results from your Top Gun showmanship. Your champion was Peyton Ford. Her award was sponsored by Kelowna Cooperative Technology Company. She'll also be receiving a cash award from KCTC and Bruce and Leanne Watson. She'll also receive a Swine show brush sponsored by Norman Pumping. Your reserve Top Gun showman was Preston Ford. At this time, I need the following exhibitors into the show ring: Callie Huber, Peyton Ford, Preston Ford, Tessa Bombi, Taya Bombi, and Lane Norman. Okay, while we wait for the last couple exhibitors to get here, we are announcing your Junior Master Pork Producer Test winners. This is a knowledge test on pork production and the swine industry taken last week. This contest is sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers. Your champion senior was Callie Huber. She is receiving a cash award sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers, and her banner is sponsored by Dr. Cody Branstead and family. Your reserve senior junior master pork produce test taker was Peyton Ford. Her award is also sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers and Dr. Cody Branstead and family. In the intermediate division, your champion is Preston Ford. His award is sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers and banner by Brittany Graber. Your reserve intermediate is Tessa Bombi. Okay, your junior division, your champion is Taya Bombi. Award sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers and banner by Beauty with Grace Salon. Your reserve is Lane Norman. His award is sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers and banner by Dr. Cody Branstead and family. Let's get a big round of applause for all the exhibitors that participated in our Junior Master Pork Producer test.
Hello everyone, my name is Jade Sheets and I am the Washington County Fair Queen. I am the 17-year-old daughter of Brad and Lynn Sheets and I will be a senior this fall at Washington High School.
Hello, my name is Kenzie Miller. I am the Washington County Princess. I am the 16-year-old daughter of Kevin and Brenda Miller and I will be a senior at Mid-Prairie High School this fall.
Hi, I'm Maya Murphy. I'm the Washington County Fair Miss Congeniality. I'm the 17-year-old daughter of Michael and Marcy Murphy, and I will be a senior at Washington this fall.
Hi everyone, I'm Callie Huber. I'm the Washington County Pork Queen. I'm the 17-year-old daughter of Joel and Laura Huber and I will be a senior this fall at Mid-Prairie.
want to thank Eric Polish for coming down and judging our second show. And this is a one class of home-raised barrows. And so with this one class, the champion and reserve will be named. So you could say this is the championship drive for the market barrows.
You hear him say that you can move that type of you hear him say that you can move that type of you hear him say that you can move that type of
All right, folks, your first class out here in this home race division. I got to admit, I really like the way you guys do this. Our county fair used to do that back home, have a home race and a purchase division, and they went away with it or from it. And I wish they wouldn't have, because it's a really good honor for you guys to be out here. And it says something about you guys raising these things on your own, and you should be commended on them. The 5 we've got in the pen are the purples. They're going to come back here a little bit later. The rest of these out here are going to be blues. We've got 3 kind of commercial-looking hogs out here, and obviously, you know, it's tough for these guys to run with these show pigs. They're lighter bone. They're not as good design. They're not as good built from the ground up. Good production type hogs, just not show pigs. The 2 that we've got out here, the young lady going out the ring that's got a blue, really nice barrow, just needs more stuff to him. The young lady's blue barrow going out. I like a lot of things about. We've got to rearrange the front end on that guy to go ahead and get him up here in the purples. These next 5 coming out here in this purple division, just go ahead and let them all out. You guys are going to come back for the Grand Market Drive overall, but Well, I guess we're going to place them, and we're going to bring these top 5 out. All right, folks, for this home race division out here, now we got, I got my bearings. I figured out how we're going to do this. I left our top 2 out here. I think these are the 2 show barrows. These 2 combine a lot of things I'm looking for today in terms of balance and design, and they both give us that 3-dimensional look. And I think there's one out here that does it just a little bit better in a bigger, stouter made package. That's a young lady over here with the Hampshire-looking barrow. She's going to have your class winner. You talk about one that is big-legged, heavy-structured. He functions at the ground extremely well. He is extremely stout skulled and up-headed with that shoulder blade laid back in him where it should be. You get on top of this guy, he's got a big rolled up back, he's got a long level hip. Maybe wants to be just a little more restricted from behind, but when you're packing that much heat, you know, we're going to give that to him here today. Young man does a really nice job presenting this spotted up barrow. You talk about one that can get out and go, and I love his range of motion. I love that 3-dimensional look to him. He's not as heavy-legged, he's not as big-footed as the one we started with. We just stouten his feature all the way up to at the ground to match how much true power he has up high. You know, we could certainly make that pair a little closer. Young man coming out with the big belted barrow here coming out next. You talk about one, the top side of this guy's skeleton is really, really good. Blade back, this guy is opened up and square. He's got dimension all the way back to his hip. He is not as heavy-legged. He is not as heavy-structured at the ground in terms of just he needs his bone and I guess his bone and foot size need to match how much power he has up high in that hip. Good design, sound barrow, just needs to be heavier legged. The young man or the young lady's coming out next. You talk about one from the blade back is really, really good. Big back with spread and dimension. He's got a big center cage in him. I love the hip and hind leg this guy has as he goes away from me. He's not as good up through his front end. He needs to be a little stouter skulled and a little better up through that throat. And the young man coming out here next got a really, I guess, kind of a more of a green one in terms of the rest of the class. Elevation and extension and look from the side is really good. You like his raw shape from that blade back. Really expressive when you get in behind him. He's just a little greener, just a little rawer made. I think times on this is going to be this guy's a friend in terms of just adding more center body and cage and overall flesh on this guy. We chub this guy up and get this guy ready for the state fair. That's going to be a really, really good barrow when he hits Des Moines.
results from your home raised barrow class. Receiving purple ribbons, Emma Cole, Chase Brunn, Emma Cole, Riley Live, Jacob Live. Receiving blues, Joseph Pock, Haley Brunn, Alexis Pock, Riley Live, and Tyler Rogers. Those were also your top 5 home raised barrows. They will all receive cash awards sponsored by United Animal Health, Washington Ag Supply, Miss Emma Jungtiking at Slims, and Fred Greiner. Your champion went to Emma Cole. Her banner was sponsored by Roger and Kathy Brenning. Reserve also went to Emma Cole. Banner and award sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America. 3rd overall home raised barrow, Jacob Live. 4th home raised barrow, Riley Live. And 5th home raised barrow, Chase Brunn. As a reminder, we will need those 5 barrows back to the ring following the purchase barrow classes to select our top 5 market barrows.
All right, folks, nice class to start off this purchase division with. I kept 3 purples back there that are going to come out just to talk about each one of these as they exit the ring. The young lady right in front of me with an off-belted barrow, that's a really good barrow in terms of just shape and product all the way through. Needs to be better designed, needs to be just a little stouter featured, and for me, relative to those other 3, needs to be opened up through the center and lower portion of his cage, and as he comes at me especially, to go ahead and get him higher. The young lady right here with the wide belted barrow, nice design, sound barrow, but in terms of just muscle shape and spread and density, he's not as just thick and powerful as those ones that we already have locked up. The young man driving the real good design barrow here, love the length and extension on that guy, needs to be stoutened up in his feature and just needs to be opened up more. The young man over here with the belted barrow, just a nice design kind of barrow, gets a little more upright, just needs more substance, needs more chest to him. The young man here with the wide belted barrow has got one. You love the spread and dimension this guy has down his top. He's a thick-ended barrow. He needs to be heavier structured and he needs to be more extended out through his front end. And the young man leaving's got the big frame barrow, heavy structured, big outline kind of barrow. Needs to be better designed to go ahead and move him on up with the purples.
results from your first class of purchase Barrows. Receiving purple ribbons, Layson Muntz, Preston Ford, and Bryn Young. Receiving blues, Brandon McGuire, Isaac Striegel, Lane Norman, Hayden Norman, Preston Ford, and Bowen Pennington. Now entering the ring is your second class of purchase Barrows.
Another nice class to sort through here, and we went ahead and kept 3 purples. The rest of these, we're going to have a couple purples out here. The young lady with the black-headed one, love this one from the side. You talk about good design and good pattern. Like the extension this guy has and like the shape he has. Gets a little goofy from behind, and that's where we need to change him in order to move him up in that top 3. But there's one. If we just fix him there in that rear leg, stouten up his feature at the ground, we can certainly move him up. The young man here driving the spotted one does a nice job. There's a good design, good built, good pattern kind of barrow. For me, just a little too fluffy, just a little too much cover on him. He needs to be hardened up in his back. He needs to be hardened up in that flank area to go ahead and get him up with the rest of these. The young lady driving the blue barrel right in front of me presented extremely well. Love the height, the shoulder, and elevation, and just raw shape this guy has. Really stout featured kind of barrel, but for me gets too flat and through that center portion of his cage, and we need to drop more belly and flank in that guy to go ahead and get him any higher. The young lady driving the belted barrel here, you talk about one that's going to cut extremely well. That is kind of a carcass type barrel. Love the center cage, love the spread and dimension and muscle that guy has. He just gets a little too frail at the ground, just gets a little too plain up through his front end. I just like to change him there, make him better balanced, better looking kind of barrel to go ahead and move him up. The young man right here in front of me with the belted one, obviously, kind of got hurt. We're fighting an injury for the rear leg. And then the young man with the Chester barrel, good design, sound Chester barrel, just needs more mass and muscle to go ahead and get him moved up.
Results from 2 purchased barrows. Receiving purples, Madison Gent, Cash Cole, Hayden Norman, Hadley Burich, and Jovi Evans. Receiving blue, Henry Temple, Carly Griner, Isaac Striegel, and Georgia Evans. Now entering the ring is Class 3 purchased barrows.
hear him saying that you can move that type of you hear him saying that you can move that type of
Nice class to go ahead and sort through here, and we ended up keeping two in the purples to come back here later, and the rest of these out here are going to get blues. Nice class of barrows, but we've got some problems out here, there's no doubt. Young man right here in front of me with the painted up barrow, you talk about one that's presented really well. Love the levelness, the design this guy has down his top, his length of hip, and his just overall mobility. This guy, for me, just gets a little plainer up through his front end, and we get right on top of him. He doesn't have the spread and dimension coming right out of that blade, and especially in that upper rib. I'd like to change him there, give him more bulk and mass up high. As he goes, he wants to get just a little straighter from behind, but just a nice kind of barrow to go to run in this class. The young lady out here, the Hampshire-looking barrow in the middle of the ring, you talk about one that's kind of a stout-featured barrow. He's extended. You like his shape. You like his hip he's got in him. Here's one for me, just gets out of balance just a little bit. He's one that's just a little longer bodied, just a little more easy in his top, and when he goes right away from me, I'd like to just square him up at the ground. He's not as opened up at the ground as the rest of these. We bust him open as he goes away from us. We can certainly think about moving that one up. Young lady's white barrow out here, good design kind of barrow, very sound, very functional, just needs more bells and whistles, needs to be stoutened up through that skull and through his feature. He needs more product to run with these other ones out here. The young lady that's got the painted up barrow, you talk about one that you love the design and just heads up look this one has. His feet and bone, especially that front forearm and ankle, needs to be bigger to match how much true power and shape he has up high. The top side of that one's skeleton is really, really good. The young man here coming next is one that is very sound and functional. You like the muscle, you like the product. He's got a big hip in him. Got to change the hocks on this guy and change how he functions out of his rear too to go ahead and have that one catch a pin.
Results from Purchase Barrow Class 3, receiving purple ribbons, Mason Shalla and Carly Greiner. Receiving blues, Madison Gent, Callie Brink, Lane Norman, Peyton Ford, and Nicholas Peck. Now entering the show ring, Purchase Barrows Class 4.
you hear him saying that you can move that type of you hear him saying that you can move that type of
You may notice one of our exhibitors in the show ring is wearing a gray polo. Those gray polos signify our 2024 graduating 4-H seniors. Those polos are sponsored by Whithoff Farm Supply. Let's get a round of applause for Greta Searin, our 2024 graduate.
Hear him say that he's going to move that chicken.
Another announcement, we would like to recognize and thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts that each member is wearing this year.
Hear him say that he's going to move that chicken. Hear him say that he's going to move that chicken.
Definitely get in some of these bigger barrows out here, and it becomes a challenge, in order to put these things together. And there's something, you'd like to change about each one of them we had out here. Just to go ahead and talk about them, these are going to be blues. The two that we've got in the pen are going to be our purples to come back for your overall drive. The young man here with the splashed up barrow to my left, here's the one that you love the design and balance this guy has, really fresh backed and big hip. The top side of this guy's skeleton is as good as we've seen today. He just gets too frail at the ground. He needs to have more bone and ankle and foot size. He's got to be stouter and better up through that head in order to get him higher. We go ahead and change that stuff. He makes a pen pretty easy. The young lady with the painted up barrow here right in front of me, you talk about one that's just massive and stout. Big legs, big cage, big back, and big hip. Just a massive three-dimensional one. He's running on 4 flat tires. He needs to work just a little bit better up through that front end. He's roached a little forward in his shoulder. We got to lift him up there on those front pasterns to go ahead and get him any higher. The young man here to my left, going across the ring, sound, functional kind of barrow. Got a lot of product to him. Just needs more bells and whistles. Needs a few extras to go ahead and move him up. The young lady's calico barrow, same deal. Just a big back, big rib, high capacity kind of barrow. Love the stoutness, the feature this guy has. He's got to be better balanced and better from the side to go ahead and get him any higher. The young lady over here right in front of me, you talk about one that's really sound and functional at the ground, got a really nice shape coming right out of his rib cage. He just gets a little plainer featured up through that front end. Just needs more foot size and bone, especially on that rear bone, to go ahead and move him up. Young lady going out there, nice design, sound one, kind of a production hog. Just needs more bells and whistles. And the young lady coming here next has got one that just needs to go a little bit better off her front end to go ahead and get that one any higher.
Didn't hear him say that he's gonna move that chicken.
Results from Class 4 purchase barrows receiving purple ribbons, Cash Cole and Greta Searin. Receiving blues, Bodie Burrich, Jordan Reiner, Tate McGuire, Gabby Robertson, Bristol Young, Elise Hoyle, and another entry by Elisa Hoyle. Now we will select your top 5 purchased market barrows. Following that, we will need the top 5 home raised barrows back to the ring so we can select a grand champion market barrow. Again, following this selection, we will need the top 5 home raised market barrows to the ring to select a grand champion market barrow.
Didn't hear him say that he's gonna move that chicken. Didn't hear him say that he's gonna move that chicken. Didn't hear him say that he's gonna move that chicken. Didn't hear him say that he's gonna move that chicken. understand that you can move that type of
right, folks, nice set of purchase barrows to go ahead and run through here. And the young lady does, when this barrow gets out here in the middle of the ring, he kind of just wins the deal easy for me. You talk about one that's got show barrow proportions. He's good up through his head and neck, but yet he's got rib and body and capacity. When this guy gets out and gets rolling, gets his head up, that's a big square back that's fresh. That's a big level hip. He handles it extremely well. He's not the heaviest structured out here, but he's not the frailest. He just combines a lot of good things we're looking for today in show pigs in terms of height, elevation, balance and proportions, and muscle. He combines a lot of good things that we're looking for in show barrows today. The young lady with the blue barrow, here's one to me that, he just kind of kept working his way up. You'd like to see him bigger back. You'd like to see him a little better in front of that ham loin. He started to break down just a little bit, just in terms of falling apart as he gets out here. But you talk about one that is heavy structured, extremely sound and mobile. This guy's extended off either direction. He's got a great hip and hind leg. When that guy goes away from you, that's as good of a hind leg as we've seen today. He's not as rolled up in his back, and he's not as short-backed as the one we won the division with, but there's one that's heads up, sound, and just no major holes, no major problems. Young man that's going to be coming out next with the third overall out here. Here's one that mimics these other two that we had above him. You talk about one that's show barrow proportions, very, very good design. He's extended up through his head and neck. He's really level out through that hip and rump. But as he comes at you, he's opened up extremely well through his chest floor, through the center portion of his cage. He's not as heavy structured. He's not as big-footed as those two that we had above him. I'd like to stouten up that feature in this guy at the ground ever so slightly. Get him up off the ground ever so slightly compared to those other two, but that's a really good barrow that's got a really bright future in him. Young man does a nice job presenting this one coming out here next. You talk about a square-chested one that's got a fresh back. He's got a really good hip and pin set in him. The top side of this skeleton is really, really good. This is one, too, that when we start studying these things at the ground, he's not as big-footed, he's not as big-ankled to match how much true power and shape he has up high. We stouten him up at the ground. We can certainly think about moving that one up into our top pair. Coming out next here has got one that, this one's either first or last, and we kind of hedged and put this one in fifth. Love the bone and extra stoutness of feature this guy has. I love his head shape, the way he comes at you. He's rolled up, he's fresh backed, he's got a really good hip and pin set in him. The longer this guy's out here, he's got to go better from behind. We want to start winging him out and setting him a little too wide for me from behind, and as he goes, that head and neck set's got to come up. He's a little more jammed up through that front end. We elevate him up there and just relax him a little bit better. He can certainly move on up. The young lady coming out with the black one's got a real powerful kind of barrel. You talk about center cage and mass and body. Spread and dimension up high is really good, and this guy's opened up off either end. This guy, for me, just got to hit another gear. He gets out here and he wants to just be a little choppy. He just has to be a little smoother. He's going to have to be one of those ones that's got to get out and, like I said, hit another gear in order to go ahead and move him on up. The young lady's white barrow coming out next. Stout featured, real complete barrow is the best way to describe this guy. Great design, great soundness, great function at the ground. Extension off either end is really good. This guy just gets a little plainer up through his front end. Not quite all the bells and whistles we had of these other ones, but that's a practical kind of barrow you like to raise a lot of. Young man coming out here next, again, one of these practical kind of barrows. Stoutness of skull, stoutness of feature. You like that about him. You like how much true mass and shape he has up high. Big centered, big caged kind of barrow. This is one of these barrows too that just needs to be a little flashier, needs to have more of those ESTs from the side. This barrow needs to be a little more uphead and a little better up through that front end to go ahead and get him any higher. The young man coming out next got the real extreme one. You talk about a big, big back that's rolled up from his blade to his hip. This guy's really opened up off either end. As you can see, this guy just needs to just be a little bit smoother, be a little more comfortable at the ground. He wants to be a little choppier. We just need to relax this guy as he goes and make him more athletic. And the young lady coming out here next got one that's one of the big framed extended barrows in class. You like the elevation and extension up through his front end. Very sound and functional. He too is one of those ones that just needs to have more feature at the ground. He needs to be bigger footed, and he needs to go better off those rear two to be able to get him up in that top pair.
Results for your top 5 purchase barrows. All of these 5 exhibitors will be receiving cash awards from the following donors: Farmers Co-op, Mose Levy Incorporated, Stout Heritage Farms, your champion was Hayden Norman. His banner was sponsored by Bazooka Farm Stores. Reserve, Jovi Evans, sponsored by Hog Slap. Third overall, Layson Muntz. Fourth, Preston Ford. And fifth, Bryn Young. We are now going to show your purchase barrow against your home race barrow to select our overall grand champion barrow.
Okay, we're going to start with our champion market barrow today. And we have the home race champion and the purchase champion going head to head. We're going for a top 5. It pays top 5 places. So we have the top 5 home raised and the top 5 purchased. And as he goes through them, we'll keep bringing out another pig.
Well, folks, let's go ahead and put our hands together for these 2 young ladies out here for your champion barrow. It's a nice pair of barrows, and you talk about ones that are good pattern, good design, and very sound and functional at the ground. Both of these barrows have muscle. They have that 3-dimensional look, and we can make these things as pretty as we want. We can make them as good design and as functional as we want, but it's still a market hog show, and these things have got to have substance. They've got to have muscle, and they got to be bulky and dense, or they're just average market hogs in my mind. There's one out here I think does it extremely well. You talk about one that is stout featured. I love the head shape and skull this one has. I love when you get right on top of both of these barrows are really good there, but there's one that just excels the other one in terms of just spread and dimension up high, just overall bulk and density, especially when we go to the ground. Young ladies home race barrow is going to be your champion in this division. We dropped that reserve home raised in. The young man's driving, and you talk about one again that's got a heads-up look. It's just got the proportions that we look for today. And show pig's long and level hip, extended up through his front end, but gives you that 3-dimensional look. It gets close between this pair out here. I'm not going to argue with you if you like it a different way than I do. Neither one of these are perfect. I wish the spotted barrow was a little stouter featured. I wish the young lady's barrow would just hit another gear and go. But the young lady's big barrow there is a stout featured one that's got rib and product, and he's got a big fresh back in him. The young lady's champion purchase barrow is going to be a reserve in this division.
They were here and saying that you can move that check.
We dropped the young lady's reserve purchase barrow out, the blue barrow here, and we talked about this one, just how sound and functional he is at the ground, and heavy structured, good built, good pattern. That's a great hip and hind leg. Maybe not the freshest in terms of just back shape going into that loin, into that ham loin hookup. You'd like to change that guy there, but there's a lot of good in that barrow. Again, this gets a little closer for me out here. The one I like third best overall is the show barrow. That's the young man spotted up barrow. He's going to be third overall.
They were here and saying that you can move that check.
We dropped that young man's third home raised barrow in, and both of these barrows are good barrows in their own right. They're a little different, but both of them are big, elevated, longer kind of hogs that are extended off either end. Length of hip is really good on both of these. Extension up through the front end is very good on both of these. And you like both of them up high. Both of them got some substance and some density coming out of that blade. There's one out here that's just a little stouter featured. The one that's just a little heavier structured at the ground. That's the young lady's blue barrow. He's going to be your fourth overall.
They were here and saying that you can move that check.
The young man brings his barrow back in, the little barrow out there, the wide belted one, and this is one that you love just his proportions. Again, one of those ones that gives you a three-dimensional look. His balance and his proportions are very, very good. Muscle shape and density and squareness of build is very good in this one. Again, one of those that just wasn't as heavy-legged, wasn't as good maybe right at the top of his neck as some of these other ones, but that's a real solid kind of barrow. The young man's wide belt is going to be your fifth overall.
They were here and saying that you can move that check.
Now we're going to have go to the home raised gilts, but to give it just a little bit of time to get them up here, I want to talk about our judge, Eric Polish. If you could tell us what you've done in your life since you've been 18 and then what you're doing today.
I don't think you want to know everything I did since I'm 18, Bruce. I can tell you that. Now, for those of you who don't know me, my name's Eric Polish, and went to Woodward Granger High School, graduated, went to Iowa State University, got my animal science degree. I was on the 1996 livestock judging team with one of your hometown heroes here. Scott Greiner was my coach. Mark Hogue was my assistant coach. After college, I had a few jobs in the production industry, selling breeding stock and then managing finishers for M2P2. After that, well, I kind of always had my own sows, and then I just decided to go full-time and start raising show pigs. So got a wife, Lindsay. I got 4 boys that are at home, 2 in college and 2 still at home, and then everybody kind of works on the farm and helps us out, and we've got just a small operation with 120 sows and about 10 boars we sell semen on.
Thank you, Eric. Let's give him a round of applause. He's first time here that's ever judged here, so, and we usually get a new one every year, so don't take it the wrong way, Eric, you know. You're not coming back. but anyway, yes, and we're gonna give them a little time to get them all the home-raised gilt class. It'll be one class, and this class will be for your grand and reserved home-raised, and they're working him up right now. We'll give them a little time, because I'm sure there's more than 3 pigs.
Results for your top 5 Grand Champion Market Barrows. Your champion was Emma Cole. Her banner was sponsored by Feed Energy Company. Your reserve Barrow was exhibited by Hayden Norman. Banner sponsored by Vidito Insurance. 3rd overall Barrow, Emma Cole. 4th overall Barrow, Jovi Evans. And 5th overall Barrow, Layson Muntz.
Didn't hear him say that. You said move that chicken.
Cal here, and I'm going to talk about KCTC's beefy broadband speeds. You can feast on the ultimate security experience. Monitor from anywhere, deter crime, and save money. KCTC offers a grade A premium menu of solutions, keeping you online, secured, and giving you the meat sweats. Plus, all new customers are entered to win a half a hog or a beef bundle. Don't stew on it. Visit kctc.net/beefybroadband.
Attention to the barn. Final call. Home-raised gilts. Final call. Home-raised gilts. Your class is ready to enter the ring. We have another exhibitor wearing a gray polo in the show ring. These gray polos signify our 2024 4-H graduates. They are sponsored by Whithoff Farm Supply. Our senior exhibitor in the ring is Riley Live. Let's get a round of applause for our 2024 graduating 4-H senior. I've also recently learned it's her birthday. Happy birthday, Riley.
Nice way to start off the Market Gilt show here at the young man's Gilt out in the middle of the ring. And you talk about one that's really good design and sound and functional. Of our top three, she is the most comfortable out here. She's the best built. She is the best in her hip and hind leg, and her skeleton is the best one out here. But yet this one is big and extended off either end, and this one is three-dimensional. She opens up extremely well at the ground. She leaves you the same way. That's a big back and a big center cage. Just a good place to start with a really, really high-quality kind of gilt that wins it pretty easily for me. The young lady coming out next has got one that's, you like some pieces of this one, and maybe not quite as good build or as balanced, but you talk about one that's fresh and really opened up through her chest. She's a heavier structured gilt, and she is better off her rear two than the one in third. This one's just not as long or level hip. This one is not as elevated up through her head and neck set as the one we started with. And of our top three, needs to have a little more spread and dimension up over her back compared to that, especially that one we started with. That's where the young lady's gilt coming out next is really good. When you get right up on top of this one, you watch this one roll up from that blade all the way into that hip. She's almost just a little too harsh for me when you get right into that ham loin, and just gets a little rounder. And as we get around the ring here, what moves this one into third for me is she just stabs the ground a little bit too much. She's not as secure, as comfortable off those rear two as what those other ones were. That's why she's third. The young man coming out here next has got one that's absolutely massive. If we could fix the feet and legs on this one moves up extremely fast. You talk about the top side of this one's skeleton is really, really good. I love the center body and cage and depth of side this one has. This is what hogs need to look like in terms of depth of body and rib. Love the top side of the skeleton. This one's running on 4 flat tires. We need to fix that one there and make her go better to move her up. Likewise with the young man's coming out next. Young man presents this one extremely well. You talk about one that's opened up off either end. Huge back, huge fresh shape coming right out of her blade. I like the look of this one up through her front end. She too just one that to me got to get around better off her rear two. She gets to winging them out just a little bit too much. It gets to be a little too round for me compared to the rest of the class. These next three coming out, you guys do a nice job driving these things. You presented these things really well for commercial hogs. Skin and hair is good. Coloring's good on them. You guys should be commended. Nice job with your commercial hogs and home raising them. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big round of applause as they head on back.
Results from your home-raised gilt class. Receiving purple ribbons, Riley Live, Haley Brunn, and Jacob Live. Receiving blues, Joseph Pock, Alexis Pock, Jace Evans, Chase Brunn, and Tyler Rogers. That also makes those your top 5 home-raised gilts. All of the top 5 will receive cash awards donated by United Animal Health, Washington State Bank, Farm Bureau Financial Services, and DeKalb Feeds. Your champion, home-raised gilt, was exhibited by Jacob Lod. His banner was sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America. Reserve was Riley Live. Her banner was sponsored by Nick and Jana Shallop. Third overall home-raised gilt, Haley Brunn. Fourth, Jace Evans. And fifth, Chase Brunn. We will need those 5 gilts back later to select our grand champion market gilt. About to enter the ring is your first class of purchase market gilts.
Hear him say that you can move that child. Hear him say that you can move that child.
Good class of market gilts to start this division off with, and we're going to have 2 blues we're going to leave out here, and then 4 purples that are going to come back here later on. The young lady's white gilt across the side of the ring, nice, sound, functional kind of gilt, just needs to be fluffier, needs to have more cover on her. You like the extension, the soundness, the flexibility this one has, but she just needs more cover on her and needs to just be softened up. The young man's got belted gilt. You like that one from the side in terms of design and levelness and height of shoulder, and extension is really good. Chest floor is really good in this one. This one too just needs more cover, needs more bulk, needs to be better off her rear too to go ahead and get her any higher. Nice class to start with though. Okay, we went ahead and kept 3 here for the purple to come out next and show for champion in this division. The young ladies, Gilt, it's not going to be a purple. She's going to get a blue. You talk about one that's just carcass oriented, kind of got that HD look to her, and one that's, you know, you'd like to raise a lot of them that look like this. This hog's going to kill extremely well. Relative to the rest of this class, needs more body, needs more balance and design to go ahead and get her any higher. But that's a really good kind of gilt that's going to kill extremely well.
Didn't hear him say that. He's gonna move that child.
Some results from your purchase gilt classes. Receiving purple ribbons in Class 1, Hadley Burridge, Madison Gent, Peyton Ford, and Layson Muntz. Receiving blue, Bowen Pennington, and McKinley Davis. In Class 2 of purchase gilts, receiving purples, Bodie Burridge, Brendan McGuire, and Tate McGuire. Receiving a blue, Eliza Hoyle. Currently in the ring, we are going to select your top 5 purchase gilts.
hear him say that you can move that check. I hear him say that you can move that check.
All right, folks, a nice class out here, a nice division to sort through, and I don't think there's any right way to do it. There's bits and pieces and some things out here that you'd like to change about each one of them. The one I settled on is the young man over here in the center of the ring. You talk about the good pattern, good built one that's really got rib and center cage. You watch that gilt go. That is a square-legged one as she goes away from you. I love the hip and pin set that one has in her. She gets out here and goes. Now, I would really like to see this one fluffed up and maxed out and really just taken care of like the rest of these because there's a really good, high-quality kind of female. She's got a big back in her. She's got a big center cage. She's got a really good hip and hind leg, and as she goes, she balances up the best out of anything in this class. She's an easy winner for me. The young man that's going to be second out here has got the one that's a little more extreme. You talk about width of chest and power and blade. This one, to me, just gets a little longer body. She gets a little more tucked up in her flank, but muscle shape is good. Hip and hind leg is good. The longer she's out here, she reads a little plainer up through her front end. She's not as good in her throat or jaw as the one we started with. She does not have as much internal dimension and center cage and depth of body as the one we started with. But here's one, we just shorten her back up ever so slightly, fix her up through her head and neck set. We can change her and think about moving her on up to win this division. The young lady's got a really good one out here in terms of just cutability and just mass and power. You like the head shape and skull this one has, huge rolled up back. You like the width and power this one has coming at you. The longer she's out here though, when we compare her to those other two, she just doesn't go quite good enough. She gets a little choppier. She starts stabbing the ground. She's a little more jammed up off either end, shorter hip, nickel shorter fronted. We need to extend that one out and make her more comfortable, make her more athletic as she goes to go ahead and think about moving her up. Young lady's got a real functional one coming here in 4. You talk about mass and power up high and ton of product as she goes away from you. Big chested kind of gilt to match how much true power she has on the top side of her skeleton. She needs to be bigger footed. She needs to be bigger ankled. She's got a little bit too much flex up there for me in that pastern, but there's one that's a high cutability kind of gilt that just needs to be stoutened up at the ground. The young lady coming out with the white one here, again, one of those that's really stout featured, functional in terms of just rib and body. Width and muscle is really good. That head neck set sets down a little bit too far for me. She jumps up in that right on the top of her blade. She just doesn't blend really good there coming out of her blade into that neck. We just need to elevate that one, get her head and neck set correct in her to move her up. Young man coming out next has got one. We really like the look and design and balance that one has from the side. She's, for me, just gets a little too harsh up over her top. She gets a little too straight up in that shoulder. We just need to relax her there and fluff her up a little bit. And the young man's blue gilt coming out next. You like the head carriage and the elevation and the extension this one has. Bigger outline kind of female. She's up off the ground, but when we start studying this one, she reads just a little too flat off either end. She's not as pulled apart at her chest. She's not as pulled apart in her forerib. And in this division, she needs more spread and dimension up high to go ahead and get around those thicker gilts we had up above her.
Now we'll start the champion overall gilt. We have our 5 home raised and our 5 purchased And we will bring out the first play, the grand champion home raised and the grand champion purchased to compete for grand champion market gilt. And we will have a top five in the grand champion drive for the market gilt.
Results from your purchase gilt division. All of these top 5 will receive cash donations from the following people: Washington State Bank, Brian and Shannon Griner family, Hills Bank and Trust Company, Jenna Waters and Don Lewis family. Your champion purchase gilt was exhibited by Tate McGuire. His banner was sponsored by A&F Fishback Farms, Acres. Reserve, Bodie Burrick, sponsored by Feed Energy Company. 3rd overall purchase gilt, Hadley Burrick. 4th, Madison Gent. And 5th, Peyton Ford. Now in the ring, we are selecting your grand overall market gilt.
Let's put our hands together for these two young men out here for your champion market gilt drive. We've got a nice pair of gilts out here, and both of these gilts are really, really sound and functional. They're opened up at the ground off either end, and you know, they're good design, good built ones that have some function to them, but there's some differences in them. You know, the young man's over here to the left is a little sharper made, a little rawer top, got a really big hip and hind leg in her, and you talk about one that can get out and use it and go. The young man that's over here to my right, you talk about one that just probably looks more like a breeding gilt than a market hog, but this is my kind. I like that design, I like that balance, I like that depth of heart. So in terms of just what we do out here, I'm not going to argue with you if you like it a different way. You got a sharper headed one that's probably more market oriented, and you got one that just maybe doesn't have quite the flash or the bells and whistles as the other ones do. It's a really close pair in my mind. The one that suits me best out here for your champion market gilt is the young man to my left. He's going to go ahead and be your champion. Drop that young lady's reserve home raised in, and you talk about one that's fresh and presented extremely well. The young lady does a nice job driving this one. You know, when we start comparing these two, not to take anything away from the young lady's reserve here, but you can about fit that one inside of the young man's, just in terms of width and rib and dimension. The young man's gilt just kind of overwhelms her and just swallows her. Like I said, at the ground in terms of skeletal width, rib, and just overall capacity. She's got more dimension up over top. She's got more dimension in her hip, and when we start studying this one, her angles are correct, her joints are right. The young man's champion purchase is going to be a reserve market gilt. We go ahead and drop that young man's third. He was reserved in the purchase division. You know, this one comes out, and again, you talk about one that's opened up and square as she comes at you, bulky and dense up high and leaves you the same way. Maybe doesn't balance quite as well, but when we start studying, both of these two are very similar. They need some rib and some body dropped in them. The young ladies maybe just a little heavier structured, but not as good in her front shoulder. The young man's maybe just a rib longer bodied, but those are two high quality kind of gilts. When it comes down to just market and cutability on this side of this division, the young man's heavier gilt is going to go ahead and be your third overall. Congratulations, buddy. the young lady's black one comes in, and we talked about that one earlier, just being a little more jammed up off either end, but you talk about a big back and a high cutability kind of gilt. I'd like to lengthen her hip and lengthen her up through her front end. When she gets out here and just kind of slows down and goes, she is really, really good. The young lady's gilt, it's going to be that comes out of that first division, the home raised division, just sound and functional and no major holes, no major problems. Doesn't have quite the mass of the other ones, but that's a good kind of gilt. The young lady over here to my left is going to be fourth overall. This decision for fifth overall gets close. And again, I'm not going to argue with you like them a certain way or different than the way I do. Just to talk about them, the young lady's got a really elevated one that's really functional in terms of just how she comes at you. She's presented extremely well, really shapely up high. Both of these two gilts need a better range of motion from behind. There's no doubt about it. I think there's one that's just a little more extended and a little more practical in my mind. The young lady's belted gilt over here is going to be fifth.
Now we're going to work into our purebred division. And in our purebred division, we're going to start with the Berks, and this is the market class. And I know you might say, hey, you got a gilt in the market class. Well, gilts can show either way, and if you follow this business, I mean, there are gilts that should never see a fairing crate, and they are designed for market, for their loin eye and extreme leanness. And so we're going to start with the Berks and work our way through and get a champion overall purebred market hull.
Results from your Grand Champion Market Gilt Drive. Your champion was exhibited by Jacob Live. Banner sponsored by Vidito Insurance. Reserve Champion Market Gilt was exhibited by Tate McGuire. Banner sponsored by Miss Emma's Junk Tinking at Slim's. Third was Brody Burke. Fourth, Riley Live. And fifth, Haley Brunn. About to enter the ring is your first class of purebred market hogs, Berkshires.
hear him say that he's going to move that title. I hear him say that he's going to move that title.
All right, in this first class of Berks here, folks, we're going to go ahead and keep one back as a purple. These other two will be blues, but they're really good barrows in their own right. We'd like to change something about each one of them. The young man's barrow here, you know, is the best pattern barrow out here. He's the best built in terms of running gear. This guy's very and you like how much spread and density he has up high. He needs to have more bone and foot size, especially in that rear leg, to go ahead and move him on up. We make him heavier structured. We compete to win the class with this one. The young lady's got a real massive one out here in terms of just upper blade, rib, and shape, and when he goes away from you, he is stout. He gets out here, he just doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to hit another gear, and when we get off those, we get behind him, those rear two, he just wants to be a little shaky on him. This one, to me, just needs to relax and be more comfortable as he goes out here to consider getting him up into the purples.
Results from your first class of Purebred Market Hawk Berkshires: receiving a purple ribbon, Emma Cole; receiving blue, Mason Shalla and Peyton Davis. Now entering the ring is your second class of Purebred Market Hogs, Spots.
I hear him say that
All right, I went ahead and kept 2 of these spots out here. The young men are driving, and these other 2 we've got out here, good spots in their own right, but each one of them, you know, has a problem we need to fix. Really like the bulk and density this one the young man's driving here has. Tons of muscle and product. This guy needs to get off his rear tube better, needs to go better from behind to go ahead and get him in a pen. Young ladies, likewise, good designed, elevated barrel. You like him in terms of extension. Here's one that just got to be better from behind. He's just got to be square and set out wider as he goes away from you, but a nice class of spots to go ahead and work through.
Results from your Purebred Market Hog spot class: receiving a purple ribbon, Lane Norman and Preston Ford; receiving blue ribbons, Emma Cole and Layson Muntz. Now entering the ring is the last class of Purebred Market Hogs, all other breeds.
Over here, I'm saying that you can move that check.
Following the selection of our Purebred Market Hog champion, we will move into our overall grand champion and top 5 for the Market Swine show. So at that point, we will need our top 5 market barrows, our top 5 market gilts, and then we will keep our top 5 Purebred Market Hogs in the ring. So if you are one of those top 5 gilts or barrows, you may start making your way up to the ring at this time.
Over here, I'm saying that you can move that check. Over here, I'm saying that you can move that check. Over here, I'm saying that you can move that check.
All right, good way to round out this purebred division here. And, you know, we got 3 pretty good ones still left out here. Young man's Hampshire barrow. You talk about one for a Hampshire. This is a nice kind of barrow. Elevated, good design, good build, very sound and functional. Not as massive at the ground, not as big-footed or as heavy-legged. If we can just open this guy up off either end, give him more chest, make him square as he goes away from us, we talk about catching a pen. The young man's Berkshire barrow, or I'm sorry, Tam barrow. You talk about one that's really big-backed and big-centered, got a big cage, really got a lot of muscle as he goes away from you. He just simply gets too frail to match how much power he has up high. He's got to be heavier-legged. And the young lady's Duroc here, very sound functioning. You like this one from the side, but when you get right in behind him, he just reads too flat. He's not as secure in his hock as he goes away from you to go ahead and get him in a pen.
Results from your purebred market hog, all of the breeds. Receiving purple ribbons, Preston Ford and Peyton Ford. Receiving blues, Isaac Striegel, Hayden Norman, and Cash Cole. Currently in the ring, we are going to select your top 5 purebred market hogs.
Folks, let's go ahead and put our hands together for these 5 out here for your champion purebred market hog. Really nice set of purebreds out here, and you know, there's a lot of give and take. There's no doubt about it. I don't think there's a perfect one out here. There's something you'd like to change about each one of them. The one that suits me best out here is the one that wins it pretty handily for me. You talk about one that's big and extended, opened up and square, and very, very comfortable. And you talk about this one in terms of just running gear. This one is so good when you get him out here on the move. Really elevated, really extended, but shapely back. This one has the most amount of muscle and the most amount of power as he goes away from you. Great hip and hind leg. The young lady's Chester Barrow is going to be your champion pure. For your reserve, I thought it was relatively close. You know, here's one to me that balances extremely well. Again, one of the ones that's got the big hip, the big pin set in him, one that's extremely sound and mobile. Maybe not quite as flashy, maybe not quite as good up through his head and neck, but the young man's Duroc Barrow is a good kind of barrow. It's going to be your reserve purebred. Congratulations. We go into the spots and Berks out here, and it gets a little closer. The one that suits me third overall is the young man Spotted Barrow along the far side there. You know, you love the design and balance and heaviness of structure that guy has. If we can just give him a shot more power in the seat of his pants, we can talk about moving that one up into the top pair. Your young lady's Berk's going to be 4 out here. Really heavy structured, a lot of product, a lot of capacity to this guy. Gets a little too funky in his front shoulder and front knee. We need to relax him there and make him better fronted. We could certainly talk about moving him on up. And then the young lady Spotted Barrow, just a big, rugged kind of barrow that's got a tremendous amount of product and cutability. He just needs stoutened up at the ground and need to be stouter featured to go ahead and get him any higher.
As we wait, we're going to have our champion market hog. We have the 5 that we just judged, the purebreds. So the 5 purebreds will be here. The 5 market Barrows will be here, and the 5 market Gilts. So there's 15 hogs vying for the champion market hog at the Washington County Fair. With being the winner, there is a thing called the Showdown. And the winner will be eligible to go to the Showdown. The reserve is eligible to go to the final drive. So it's quite an honor, and whoever gets it, it is quite an honor to be able to go to the Showdown, especially from the Washington County Fair. So we're waiting just a little bit to make sure we get them all up here, and we will get started.
Results from your champion purebred market drive. Your champion was Peyton Ford. Her award was sponsored by Larry and Jan Merrick. Reserve, Preston Ford. A banner sponsored in memory of Peggy Mick. 3rd overall, Lane Norman. 4th overall, Emma Cole. And 5th overall, Preston Ford. All 5 of them will receive cash awards sponsored by Brenning Genetics, Vidito Insurance, and Brenning Genetics.
Well, folks, let's give these 3 exhibitors out here a big round of applause for your champion market hog. You know, this has been a really good show, and driving down here today, I got thinking, you know, I've judged 1 jackpot show in this ring, and the one thing that always sticks out to me is back in the day, you know, this is one of the very first jackpot shows that was ever in Iowa. It was held right here by the Washington County Iowa Elite Breeders, and this is the first ring my oldest son ever showed at. And I still remember being right over there in the corner and helping him out with his first little red belted gilt that he ever showed. You know, so this is a place that you know, brings back some memories for me. You guys down here in Washington County have got a great group of kids. You guys have got a great group of breeders, both commercial and show pig breeders. You know, one of the questions you always hear when you come to State Fair is who won Washington County. That's one of the things everybody wants to know, who won this county, because people all over the country talk about Washington County and how good this place is, how good this hog show is. You guys have got a tremendous amount of kids, or tremendous set of kids here, tremendous set of parents and producers and breeders. Let's go ahead and give everybody a nice big round of applause for putting on a great show here today. You know, we get our three market hogs out here, and you talk about three of them that are very similar. You know, in terms of pattern and design, all three of these things are very comfortable out here. They got good running gears in them. They're functional at the ground, but yet they have muscle. They have product. They're fresh. They don't have any major holes or major problems. All three of these hogs are good in their own right. I think there's one out here that does it extremely good and just just overpowers everything else, especially when we study them from the ground up. I like to study hogs from the ground up. That's the way we build them, and there's one out here that does it extremely well. Great pattern, great feature, extremely heavy structure, great skull, great look from the side, but great big back and great big hip and a great design, functional kind of package. The young lady's Hampshire Barrow over here is going to be our champion. We dropped that young lady's reserve Barrow in here, and you talk about one that is massive and burly, and you get on top of this guy, and that's where you can really appreciate him. This guy's got a huge back, a huge center cage. He's got a big pin set as he goes away from you. I'd like to see this guy hit another gear. If he could move like some of these other ones, you know, he might compete to win the whole show. That's unfortunately the reason why he's reserved. When this guy gets out here and gets his head up and rolls, the young lady does a nice job trying to get him moving, but we got to get this guy moving, you know, in order to talk about winning the show with him. That's why he was reserved in this Barrow division. It gets close out here for me for this decision. You can go either way. I'm not going to argue with you if you like them a different way than what I do. The one that suits me second best out here is the one I think follows our champion most logically in type and kind, and that's the young lady's reserve Barrow. He's going to go ahead and be a reserve. But for your third overall, we dropped the young man's third place Barrow coming in, and you talk about one that looks like a show Barrow. Great pattern, good build to this guy, very square coming right out of his blade, and you got to like the hip and hind leg this guy has in him. He's not as stout featured as those other two. We stouten him up in terms of foot size and ankle and bone work. That one really does compete to win the whole thing, because that's got a great running gear. He's proportional, he's balanced, he's extremely sound, but he's got all those extras, especially on the top side of his skeleton. The young man's spotted Barrow is going to be third overall. we dropped the young ladies Blue Barrow in, and you know, we talked about that one in division and just being how stout featured and rugged that guy is. We like him from the side in terms of range of motion and angles he has at the ground. That's a big hip kind of barrow. Maybe just a little more 1 o'clock than those other ones we talked about, especially right in front of that hip and that ham loin hookup. You'd like to freshen him up there, but there's an elevated one that's extended, very sound, very mobile. Young ladies Blue Barrow is going to be 4th overall. We dropped the young man's 5th place barrow in here, and again, just a real solid kind of barrow. No holes, no problems, real complete, just good in a lot of places. It gets extremely close out here between these three. Again, I'm not going to argue with you, like them a different way. The one that suits me best out here is the one that's extremely comfortable, is fresh, has muscle, and has a great look. Young man's champion market Gilt is going to be 5th overall.
Results from your overall Market Hog selection. Champion went to Emma Cole. She received a belt buckle sponsored by Stout Heritage Farms. Her banner was sponsored by DeKalb Feeds. Reserve went to Hayden Norman. Banner sponsored by Shane and Kathleen Brenning. 3rd overall went to Emma Cole. Banner sponsored by Brian and Shannon Griner family. 4th overall, Jovi Evans. Banner sponsored by Giro Genetics. 5th overall, Jacob Leib. Banner sponsored by Stout Heritage Farms. About to enter the ring is our first class of our breeding show today. It will be Purebred breeding Gilts.
hear him say that he's gonna move that child. I hear him say that he's gonna move that child. I hear him say that he's gonna move that child.
Really nice class of pure gilts out here. We're going to sort through, and there's one make and model of everything out here, and all of them are good kind of hogs that have some pieces you like to reach and grab, and they're all very, very good in their own right. The one that suits me best out here is the one that kind of combines it all, puts it together, look and expression and soundness and functionability, and this one's got a great hip and a great hind leg and balances extremely well. Young lady's Chester is going to be your champion pure. You talk about one when she gets out here, gets her head up, she's extended, she's very functional at the ground, got a high quality underline on her, great vulva size. You talk about one that can just get out here and motor. That's going to make a really, really nice sow for that young lady to take home and make next year's project better. Young lady that's going to be reserve out here is the young lady who's got the Yorkshire Gilt. Young lady's Yorkshire Gilt's going to be reserve, and you know, maybe not as attractive up through her front end as the young lady's Purebred or the Chester Gilt we started with, but there's one that's stout featured, really opened up off either end, got a great big top, a great big hip, heavy structured, handles it well, doesn't balance quite as well from the side as the Chester did, but there's a really good kind of female to run in reserve. Third's going to be the young lady's Spot. If I could just put more hip and power as she goes away from me in that spotted gilt, she could move her way up to reserve. The front 2/3 of that gilt's extremely good in terms of depth of body, depth of heart, internal dimension and capacity. That gilt's extremely sound and functional. She just falls a little short in the seat of her pants as she goes away, but that's a really, really good spotted female. Next is going to be the young lady's Duroc, presented extremely well, very functional, very sound and athletic out here. She's one for me that just gets a little too rigid off those rear two. She gets to be just a nickel more refined in terms of foot size and bone compared to those top three, but that's a really good kind of red one. And the young man's Berkshire Gilt is going to be next. Just one that's sound and functional, just need more pounds and needs more mass to go ahead and get that one worked up.
Results from your purebred breeding gilt class. These will be your top 5. Cash awards for the top 5 are sponsored by Cody and Chelsea Branstead, Shane and Chloe Barnes. Your champion purebred breeding gilt went to Peyton Ford. Her banner was sponsored by Waldridge Farms. Reserve went to Jordan Griner. Banner sponsored by Waldridge Farms. Third overall breeding gilt, purebred, Charlotte Siren. Fourth, Emma Griner. And fifth, Hudson Connolly. Now entering the ring is your first class of commercial breeding gilts.
This is our first class of commercial gilts. We'll have 4 classes, and commercial gilt, it basically means that these are females that can go back to the farm, and the original meaning was that you put these back into your herd as females to raise the next generation. So that's where we're on the breeding gilt side right now, and they will compete with the purebreds that we just got named for the Grand Champion breeding, which also will go down to the showdown in Donaldson, Iowa, with the reserve going to Burlington, Iowa.
Okay, for your first class crossbred gilts out here, we went ahead and kept 3. The other 2 that we have out here, good gilts in their own right, maybe not quite all the bells and whistles that the other ones have. The young lady's belted gilt out here, just a practical kind of gilt. Big outline, tall fronted, she's extended. She's opened up relatively well. Needs to balance a little bit better from the side in terms of head and neck set, and she gets just a little pinch in that ham loin. The young man solid black one out here just runs out of steam in terms of power and width and just overall size relative to them other ones, but that's a nice little gilt the young man can take home and make a really nice sow out of.
Results from your first class of commercial breeding gilts. Receiving purple ribbons, Emma Cole. Riley Live. Your third purple went to Jace Evans. Blues went to Isaac Striegel and Callie Brink. Now about to enter the ring, class 2 of commercial breeding gilts.
nice class of gilts out here to work through, and I went ahead and kept 2 in the purples, and the rest of these are blues. These blues, you know, there's some good in each one of them, but they also got a few problems kind of here and there. The young lady's white gilt out in front of me. You talk about one that's extended and raw and lean and muscular. She's one that just gets a little too refined at the ground in terms of foot size and bone, a little too harsh up over that ham loin hookup, and when you get right in behind her, she needs to soften up ever so slightly. The young lady's solid black gilt out here right in front of me, just a really nice built, good design kind of gilt. Just gets a little flatter all the way through, needs to balance up a little bit better from the side, wants to be just a little tighter spined and not as opened up coming right out of that shoulder blade. The young man's black gilt coming out next. Good balance, good proportion kind of gilt, real level down her top and sound and functional. Just for me, gets a little plainer out here. She's a little paler in terms of color, and that probably doesn't help her cause any. The young man that's got the real heavy structured one out here, you know, this one gets out and goes. This is a real stout-legged, heavy-legged one that you like in terms of foot size and bone. She gets a little more upright in her shoulder blade, wants to be a little more jammed up in her front end. We just need to lay that shoulder blade back in her and get that head and neck set up off the ground. And we could certainly talk about moving that one on up. Young lady splashed up gilt out here. Like the front 2/3 of that one. Height of shoulder, elevation, stoutness of skull, really square coming right out of her blade. You like that about her. Really good underline in this one. The rear third is what the concern is here. We change how she gets off that rear third, make those rear 2 square as she goes away, make her more athletic on the go. We can certainly talk about putting that one up into the purples.
Results from Class 2 commercial breeding gilts receiving purples: Mason Shalla and Georgia Evans. Receiving blue: Peyton Brunn, Brandon McGuire, Emma Greiner, McKinley Davis, and Layson Muntz. Now entering the ring is Class 3 commercial breeding gilts.
kind of stepped it up in this class in terms of quality. We got 4 really good ones we just stuck in there. That leaves us with these 2 we have out here. The young man's Gilt over here to my left is, just a real complete one. Again, one of this no major holes, no major problems. Probably doesn't have all the bells and whistles the other ones do. You'd like to drop some belly and rib and flank in that one to go ahead and make her more competitive. Young lady does a really nice job presenting this one. Just ran into a really tough class. Like the design and balance to the front 2/3. This gilt reaches extremely well up off that front end. Really good headed. When you get into that back third, she gets a little rounder for me. When she goes away from me, she just doesn't set those rear 2 down quite as secure at the ground. And we get off to the side of that one, she's just a little shorter hipped and a little rounder there in that rear third. We changed that about her, and we could certainly think about moving her on up. But a really good class to sort through here.
Results from Class 3. Receiving a blue, Nicholas Peck, Madison Gent. Receiving purples, Lane Norman, Mason Shallot, Jovi Evans, and Cash Cole. Entering the ring in a moment will be Class 4 commercial breeding gilts.
really good class here, and the quality in this class runs extremely deep. We're going to have 4 purples that we kept back. These 3 out here will all be blues. Just to talk about each one of them here, these are 2 really good ones we got out in front of us, but they kind of ran into a really tough class. You'd like to change each one of these at the ground. The young man's right in front of me, bulky, dense, really square. You love the top side of this one's skeleton. She's got to go better off her rear too. She wants to roll on that left rear hock pretty severely, and she too just is one that needs to have a nickel more ankle, nickel more foot size, and lift her up on those front pasterns to go ahead and get her on up in the purples. Same way with the young man's over here to my right. You talk about one that's bulky and dense and square and presented extremely well, just a little too flat-footed up front, doesn't have the bone and foot size to match how much true power she has up high. The young lady's got one here that's a big outline, raw made kind of gilt, very sound and functional, just needs more density and power to go ahead and get her up any higher, but a really nice class to round the day off with.
Results from Commercial Breeding Guilds Class 4, receiving purple ribbons: Bryn Young, Peyton Davis, Bristol Young, and Jacob Live. Receiving blues: Caleb Vasquez, Corbin Vasquez, and McKinley Davis. We are now going to sort and select your top 5 Commercial Breeding Guilds.
Congratulations to all the exhibitors. This is our grand champion commercial breeding gilt drive. We will pick the grand champion and reserve and do the top 5. And then we'll bring our purebreds back in, the top 5 purebred breeding gilts, and then we'll have a overall breeding champion. So let's put our hands together for these kids out here right now. Congratulations.
hear him say that you can move that chair. I hear him say that you can move that chair. I hear him say that you can move that chair. I hear him say that you can move that chair. I hear him say that you can move that chair. I hear him say that you can move that chair. hear him say that he's going to move that child.
Folks, let's go ahead and put our hands together for all these exhibitors out here for your champion commercial gilt drive. We've definitely turned up the heat here in this division, and by far the deepest division that we've had out here today. You know, it comes down to your champion. I left these four out here because in my mind, each one of them has those far-reaching pieces in their own respective way that make them unique and make them very, very good. We got one that's extremely elegant out here and looks like a lady. You got two of them that are just absolute powerhouses, and then you got one I think is the combination of all the other three. This champion out here I think is unique, and when I start looking at breeding gilt classes and I start making my decisions, it boils down to me, which one do I want to take home? Which one do I want to put in a Farrowing crate? Which one do I think I can make the next generation better? And there's one out here I love in terms of just stoutness of power, foot size, bone, angles are correct, hip is right, hind leg is right, and this one's bulky and dense and square. That's Young Man's Blue. She's going to be your champion here today. For your reserve, it gets closer between these three. There's one out here that hit me pretty hard. I just didn't know, does this one just have enough stuff to her? But I tell you what, when you get on that right side of that one and you watch this one go, you can't paint a picture any better of one strutting across the ring. Soundness and functionability all wrapped up into an ultra attractive package. She's not as dense as the one we used, but this one's just got better days ahead of her. My young lady over here to my right is going to be your reserve. We get down to this next pair here, and they're very, very similar in type and kind. Both of them are bulky and dense, maybe a little more moderate, maybe a little low set to the ground, but both of these two have some far-reaching pieces in terms of making those Barrows better for next year. Your third overall is going to be the young lady right in front of me with a really, really good one. I wish I could just square her up ever so slightly. She's starting to walk on that outside hoof wall as she goes away from you. But boy, that's being really critical of a really, really dense one that's going to make some great Barrows. Young man's going to be fourth out here. You talk about one that's just square and good looking and attractive and sound and bulky and dense. Maybe not the biggest in kind, but there's one that's going to go ahead and make Barrows all day long, no matter what boar you go ahead and breed that one to. The young lady coming out in fifth, the belted one, you talk about this one that's just sound and functional and no major holes, no major problems. She just runs out of steam in terms of foot and bone compared to them bigger, stouter ones. Not quite as bulky and not quite as dense as some of them, but just complete, sound and functional, and she looks like she's going to make a sow. This is one you can take the boar to that's got all the STs, all the bells and whistles, make them stouter featured. That one looks like she can survive in a sow pen in gestation all day, every day. The young man coming out with the blue gilt here, I love the front two-thirds of this one. Elevation, width, and extension. She gives you that three-dimensional look. When you get off to the side, though, she doesn't handle that rear third quite as well. She gets a nickel shorter hip, and she just wants to swivel a little bit. You kind of concern you there a little, but I tell you what, there's one that has got some really, really unique pieces. We just got to fix her behind to go ahead and move her on up and to be more competitive. Love the white one here the young lady's driving. Balance and design and look from the side. This one is sound and just functional. You wish you had 50 of these in your sow herd. You can make pigs better. The next year, she just runs out of steam at the ground in terms of foot size and ankle compared to the rest of them to go ahead and get him on up. The young lady's calico coming out next. You talk about the one that's got the far-reaching pieces, heaviness of structure, big arm, big front foot, big ankle, huge rear leg. She doesn't balance quite as well from the side. She gets a little more tucked up in her flank, and as she goes, she gets a little more rigid in her spine. And we get right on top of her. Her center cage is the problem for me. She needs to have more arch and curvature to her, that center portion of her rib cage, to go ahead and get her any higher. And that's where the young lady's belted gilt coming out next is really good. Bulky and dense and square. Really a big center rib cage and a high capacity, high volume kind of female. She gets a little rounder from behind, gets a little squirrely as she goes away from me. I'd like to just make her square as she goes away at the ground, especially to go ahead and move her on up. Love the design and just overall presence this one has from the side. Heads up, extended, that angle to shoulder blade is correct. She's just one of those that just isn't having enough bone for how good she is up high on the top side of her skeleton. She needs bigger feet, she needs bigger rear legs and ankles to go ahead and move her up. The next gilt coming out, really a good kind of little gilt. This one just has better days ahead of her. Sound, functional, really good design, fresh and youthful in that look. She's one too that just needs stoutened up all the way around. The next one coming out, very similar to the one we talked about. Love the elevation, love the extension, love the look she's got from the side. Needs to be a heavier structured, needs to have more in the seat of her pants as she goes away from me. And the next one coming out, really the bulky, dense one in this drive. You talk about spread and dimension and rib up high. Probably carrying just a little bit too much cover. Wants to get a little jammed up off either end, but there's a good kind of female. Take her to the right bore, and you're going to get something next year. Again, let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand as they head on back.
Now we'll start our Grand Champion Drive Breeding Gilt, and the winner will go to the showdown. We'll bring out the Purebreds, and we'll bring out the Champion Cross for our championship drive. We'll go down to 5 places.
Results from your top 5 commercial breeding gilts. Cash awards were sponsored by the following donors: Tad to Brockhorst, Brenning Genetics, and Barrow Farms. Your champion commercial breeding gilt went to Lane Norman. His banner was sponsored by Feed Energy Company. Your reserve was Mason Shalla. His banner was sponsored by Ed and Karen Schavel. Third went to Jovi Evans. Fourth went to Mason Shalla. And fifth to Riley Live.
Before Eric makes his the decision here on the champion breeding gilt, let's put our hands together and thank him for coming in and doing a super job and working with our young people and evaluating our hogs today. Thank you, Eric, very much appreciated. And I also want to thank all the parents and exhibitors getting in here at the right time on Sunday and Monday morning, and weigh in on Monday morning went really, really smooth and easy, and just thank you to everybody who's helped out, even in the back when you weren't asked to. And I could also thank my crew, and especially the ones that are sitting back there behind, taking all the results. Done a really good job. We couldn't do it without these great volunteers. So again, let's put our hands together for everybody that helps, and here's Eric on this champion breeding gilt.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you guys for having me here today. It really has been a pleasure. You know, I stated this earlier that you guys got an elite set of breeders down here, both commercial and show pig breeders, and you guys got to be commended because, like I said earlier, this is one of the toughest county shows in the nation, and it always has been. You got 2 exceptional gilts out here, and I'll tell you what, the top 5 in those commercial gilts were extremely, extremely deep and tough. You know, both of these gilts out here are very good in their own right. They're both really good design, good balance, good built hogs, very extended, and gives you that look up through the front end that they look like ladies. They're feminine in that look, but yet they're stout featured. They got the right kind of parts. Their angles are right. These are both really two high quality individuals. There's one out here that does it very, very well and does it better than everything else that I've seen today. There is no doubt in my mind which one I would take home and make a sow. That's Young Man's Crossbred. He's going to be your champion. You know, we dropped the Young Man's Reserve Cross in the ring here, and you talk about one from the side. You can't paint a better picture of one any better than this. I think when it comes to state fair time, this one's going to be just exceptional. We put another 40, 50, 60 pounds on her, whatever we can get into that one. I tell you, it's just going to make that one better. I don't know what this one is, but it is one of my favorite ones I've seen all year long. She's not as bulky, she's not as dense as the one we used, but boy, I tell you what, that's what all the sows should look like. Young Man's Reserve Cross is going to be your reserve overall. We dropped the young ladies a third place cross in here. Man, you talk about one that is extremely powerful. Maybe a little bit too much for some people, but you know, you take the fit and this away from this one, and this one melts a little bit. I'm not so sure it doesn't maybe get a little better. She's maybe maxed out a little bit too much for me today in terms of just how much chub and belly and mass she has on her. But man, that is one that handles it extremely well in a very good design, good built package that is extremely massive as she comes and goes. The young lady's third place cross is going to be your third overall. We dropped the fourth place cross in there, and I mean, that's a very, very good pair. Very similar the way they look and the way they're designed. They've got a lot of good in, and we talk about just far-reaching pieces and which one's going to make the next generation better. This one here is going to make exceptional Barrows. She wasn't as big as those other three that we had above her, but that's a high-quality female that's just got better days ahead of her. Young Man's Cross is going to be fourth overall. We dropped the young lady's fifth cross in, and boy, here's one that's just sound and functional, and no major problems in this one. Doesn't have the ESTs like some of the other ones do, but when you start studying and analyzing both of these two together, the young lady's belt has more ribs, she has more dimension, she has more natural width from the top down. This one's a very good built one. Like I said, doesn't have all the bells and whistles that the other four we had above her had, but that's a good built, functional kind of sow that's going to make a ton of good kind of quality, high quality, sellable pigs next year. The young lady's fifth place is going to be fifth overall.
Now we'll enter the last phase of our swine show. We have 6 pins of 3 coming in, I guess 1 scratched, and it's a unique thing in the swine business to try, and it's probably the hardest thing to do, to put 3 individuals that are quality individuals that match. So this will take a little time to bring them through the ring, but after this, that will complete the show.
Results from your overall breeding guild. Your champion went to Lane Norman. Banner was sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner. Belt buckle was sponsored by First Take Genetics. Reserve, Mason Shalla. Banner sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner. Third overall, Jovi Evans. Banner sponsored by Stout Heritage Farms. Fourth overall breeding guild, Mason Shalla. Banner sponsored by Stout Heritage Farms. Fifth overall breeding guild, Riley Live banner sponsored by Stout Heritage Farm.
Didn't hear him say that. You said move that. Didn't hear him say that. You said move that. Didn't hear him say that. You said move that. Didn't hear him say that. You said move that. Didn't hear him say that. You said move that.
All right, folks, for your champion in this pen of 3, I went ahead and left 3 of them out, 2 pens out here. We got the young ladies pen down here to my left and the young ladies pen down to my right. All 3 of these hogs are very, very good in each one of these sets. You know, both of these sets are very high cut ability animals. Both of them are very, very good in their own right. There's one set out here that just has more substance to them. They got more width, they got more muscle, especially when you stand there and view them from behind like that. You view that set over that set, there's way more muscle, there's way more hip, and there's way more productivity in that set compared to the other ones. The set over here to my right, the 3 young ladies, they're going to be your champion in this pen of 3 division. And the young lady over here to my left, really 3 high quality barrows, not quite as much muscle as the other ones, but that's a really nice set. 2 exceptional sets of pens of 3s. She's going to be your reserve. The one over to the right is going to be your champion. Let's go ahead and give these ladies a nice big round of applause. Okay, the young lady coming out next with the 2 belts and the calico. These are going to be your 3rd overall in this pen of 3 division. All 3 of these hogs, again, very stout featured hogs that when we compare them to the commercial ones down here, they got more bone, they got more foot, they got more forearm and substance. They don't fit together quite as well as those top 2 did in terms of just uniformity, but all 3 of these are high cut ability kind of barrows. They've got muscle, they've got product, and like I said, they're heavier structured. They're going to go ahead and be 3rd overall. 4th overall is going to be the young lady coming out next. You talk about a set that is uniform. They are the most uniform set of 3 when we compare them to the other 2 sets that are out here. Just good growing, good doing hogs, high cut ability hogs. She's going to go ahead and be her 4th overall. 5th is going to be the young men coming out next out of pen 3. Again, you know, high cut ability, good doing, good growing hogs. They don't fit together quite as well. They're not as presented as well as the other ones are, but a really nice set these young men are driving. And then 5th is going to be the young ladies coming out here next. Again, high cut ability, good doing production hogs. They don't fit together quite as well. They're not as uniform as these other ones, but you talk about just good doing kind of hogs you like to raise a lot of down here in Washington County. Congratulations to everybody today. This has been a very, very good show. Thank you for having me here, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Results from your top 5 pen of 3. They are going to receive awards, cash awards, donated by Vidito Insurance. In memory of John E. Young, Mose Levy, Riverside Grain and Feed, and CBI Bank and Trust. Your champion pen of 3 went to Madison Gent. Banner sponsored by Nick and Jana Shala. Reserve went to Carly Griner. Banner sponsored by Fred Griner. 3rd overall pen of 3, Elise Hoyle. 4th overall, Isabel Reed. And 5th overall, Xander Myers. That concludes our 2024 Swine Show.